Welcome everyone to the June 9th, 2021 Board of Forestry virtual and for some of us actual meeting. We are live streaming this meeting on YouTube, and to make sure our viewers online can follow along with today's meeting, I'll go over some housekeeping tips to keep us on track. Everyone participating or presenting, please silence cell phones. I think that includes me. Good. And limit background noises. Remember to use the mute feature when you are not speaking and disable your video when not presenting or part of the discussion. For the record, we ask all presenters, public members, and board members to state their name for those listening online. If you experience any technical issues, don't hesitate to use the chat function on Zoom to connect with our ODF support team in Salem during the meeting. For those joining us online, I'll remind everyone of our general order of operations. After an item is introduced, and I'll invite the presenters to begin. For board members, if you have clarifying questions, please use the raise hand function and I'll call on you. That's not really what we'll need to do today since all board members are here. Presenters, we will do our best to ask questions one at a time. After a presentation, we will open up the floor for board discussion and additional questions. We have returned the real-time public testimony under item number 1, board member and public comments, where the public can comment on items and on and off the agenda. At the end of board members' initial comments, we will begin the public comment period. Commenters will be provided 3 minutes to offer testimony. We have 2 decision items in front of the board today. Item number 4, Fire Protective Association budgets, and item number 5, MGO report and department implementation plan. So real-time public comment was also offered for these items. Following the staff presentation, we may hear from the public, and board members can ask for follow-up questions from the presenters if they would like before the board sets forth a motion. We will use a roundtable approach for the voting process, which seemed to work well at our previous meetings. Additionally, members of the public, we ask that if you would like to submit written testimony for this meeting's agenda items and enter it into the record, please send in your comments by June 23rd. This will help in the preparation of our board's meeting minutes. Any questions? For awareness, board member Joe Justice will be absent for today's meeting, and I will perform a roll call to confirm a quorum can be met for today's items. Carla Chambers? Here. Ben Dumling? Here. Chandra Ferrari?
Here.
Brenda McComb?
Here.
And myself, Jim Kelly, here. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda items. Before I ask for a motion, I will be pulling consent agenda item A from the agenda. As I was informed, the department staff will require more time to complete, but I'll remind the board and the public the complete audio and video recordings are available online for those interested. Do I have a motion to accept consent items B through K?
So moved.
Okay. Any comments or conversation? Well, I have one comment which was I'm trying to find my list here, but regarding the facilities update, I found the facilities update really personally very hard to understand, and I've shared that with staff in the pre-board meeting. I couldn't make heads or tails of it and didn't really understand at the end of it what the state of our facilities are and what the trends are. And Bill has assured me that they will be following up with a simplified report that yeah, I think will be in a little more plain English and will be provided to all of us. So I just wanted to mention that before we take a vote. Okay. All right. So do I, we have a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda items. So I'm going to perform a roll call. Carla Chambers. Aye. Ben Dumling.
Aye.
Chandra Ferrari.
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
And myself. Aye. Okay. Okay, with consensus by the board, the motion carries. Moving on to item 1, board member and public comments. And I'll just, I really only have one comment as board chair, and that is that I wanted to thank Nancy for accepting this acting position on behalf of the board. And I think on behalf of the citizens of Oregon, we really appreciate your coming back. And it has certainly had a significant impact already on the department and department morale, who have made it very clear that the board has made a good choice. And so with that said, I'll turn it over to you for any acting state forester comments.
Test. All right, well, good morning. I'm definitely honored to be here. Chair Kelly, members of the board, I'm Nancy Hirsch. I'm the acting state forester. I do have a few comments, though I've been here, what's today, the 9th? So I've been here 9 days. But I feel it is important as the acting state forester to communicate publicly to all Oregonians what my priorities are that are real clear to me since I've arrived. So thank you for your support and trust in me taking on this assignment as the acting state forester during this critical juncture for the board and the department. I know the board and the employees already know what the department priorities are. I've hit the ground galloping on these and hope to shift to a trot once we get fully organized and staffed in a way with some surge capacity on the obvious immediate concerns around the agency-wide finances, cash on hand, accounts receivable, and accounts payable. This will allow us to then deliberately move forward on all of our identified priorities. Prior to this appointment, in short order, it became crystal clear to me through the conversations that you as board members each had with me, as well as conversations with the governor's office. Today, I want to assure that anyone interested in the department work, in the department's work, understands what these priorities are. For me, employee health and well-being, top priority. I'm concerned about the widespread fatigue that I see throughout the department. Cumulative effects of back-to-back fire seasons, significantly more demanding since 2013, enduring COVID and adjusting and modifying a lot of our responses, the fire recovery efforts, and the list goes on. However, in the short time I've been here, I remain optimistic that we have some mitigation coming on this front, hopefully through the legislative action between now and sine die that does bring capacity and added capacity to the work that we're doing. Another top priority, regaining trust. I'm personally focused on the obvious critical relationships with each of you as board members, the governor's office, the treasury's office, and legislators. The work results that we bring forward on the top priorities, specifically how this agency responds to what I'll talk about in a minute in regards to the MGO response, will inform my communications and begin to bring some of the confidence and trust back around the agency's finances. The agency, we need this trust to be in a position to be able to ask for money to pay for anticipated large fire costs should we need it. Big top priority, continue to implement the MGO recommendations and complete that work on time. I want to be clear, not everything is broken in the agency, but there is significant work that needs to be done in the area of budget, finances, policy standards, and reporting on these finances to help restore our financial management and restore the trust around our financial management and to ensure fiscal accountability. While there is and has been a lot of critical feedback, attention on the agency finances, there has also been equal compliment on the work that the department does in providing the services to all Oregonians on the ground, the front line, the first line responders, et cetera. And I can certainly endorse that. I think for the agency, we appreciate both kinds of feedback. And we take both seriously. Obvious priority, fire season 2021. You'll hear about that today in the reports to follow. Bottom line is it's here. Our top priority here and our objective is to keep Oregonians, communities, the state's natural resources safe as we do every year and every employee at the end of the day. Right the ship while keeping up with core business and important initiatives that the board has underway. While we focus on the top priorities, we still have core business and these very important initiatives such as the carbon plan and assuring that comes back to the board in November and keeping the HCP NEPA process on the schedule as planned as well. Liz will be talking about that today as well. So lastly, just in terms of managing expectations, I feel extremely supported by the board, the governor's office, and legislators I have spoken with. What I need to see next is an approved budget for the 2021 or 21-23 biennium that provides some space for adjustments in how we organize and add capacity to address this critical work. On that note, what's the status of the budget? The bottom line is what I hear and what I know from experience, it's crunch time at the legislature. Our budget is connected to many bills and but specifically the harvest tax, the Senate Bill 762 omnibus bill. And I am confident and will remain confident that something good will result from this. Legislative and biennial budget update. Lena Tucker's here. Lena sent, Deputy State Forester, I believe, sent an email earlier this week providing a legislative update, but certainly available if you all have questions. Bill Herber is also here, obviously, and if we have specific questions around the budget, we can make time. We're here and we would make time for that. So with that, I would say that's where I'm at. That's what I have to offer. Really am honored to be here and look forward to the continued work together. Thank you.
Okay, going to open it up to any board member comments or anything that any of you want to share or inform us about. And I see that Brenda.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Kelly. Brenda McComb for the record. Nancy, first, thanks so much for agreeing to take on the acting state forester role. We really appreciate it. And I just want to say how much I appreciated your communications over the last week or two, 9 days. That was really refreshing for me. And I also want to thank Lena for the updates from the legislative side. It's been really helpful. Thank you, Lena.
Carla.
So Nancy, I want to echo the thanks on behalf of this board for you stepping up and taking on this role. And I just want to reiterate the support and commitment this board has toward you and staff on really turning the financial piece around. I mean, many of us spent, Jim and you and I and Bill, many of us have spent a lot of time and will continue to spend that time needed. Today, I think it's important for the public to know, we do know our cash position. We know our accounts receivable position. We know what's left to invoice. We know what is critical time frame on the FEMA invoices. And I know that Doug has made commitments to us, and we will help with those commitments to be sure we keep cash flowing into this organization. We know our real struggle is really on the accounts payable and outside debt and obligations, but we've got a full court press on, understanding where we're at. I think more than anything, recognizing, the problem we have is as important as tackling the problem. And so I just appreciate your awareness and your dedication toward the finances of this organization. We can drown ourselves in big programs, but I feel like every organization has to take a pause now and then and make sure they have their foundation strong. And I think MGO was a wake-up call for us on that needed pause and rebuilding those relationships and the credibility of our funders with our funders. So I want to thank you and the staff and Bill and Jim, your leadership, really, providing a spotlight on the financial needs of this organization. Thank you.
Other comments? Ferrari?
Thanks, Jim. Chandra Ferrari for the record. I also just wanted to reiterate the thank you to Nancy and just express that I am really excited to work with you moving forward on the priorities that I think you articulated so well, and which do include improving our financial position, right, with the department, but also in recognizing and continuing to push through some of the other priorities that are so important to us and other stakeholders as well, and building the trust with all of those stakeholders, which are all very important. So thank you, and I look forward to working with you. I did have another quick thing on a personal situation, if that's okay.
Yeah.
I have recently accepted a new position with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, so I wanted to disclose that and to also just make it really crystal clear that the positions and thoughts that I express in my capacity as a board member are my own, of course, and do not represent the views and positions of the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And so I will probably be making that disclaimer before every board meeting, just to make things very clear. But thanks.
Any other board member comments? I'll just add one shout out, which is to you, Carla. Thank you for the incredible energy that you've expended in recent weeks or since you've become a board member on our financial situation. And so it's been just really wonderful to have both your energy and your expertise. And I think I certainly appreciate that, as I'm sure all of the board does. And I see Bill over there shaking his head up and down as well. So thanks, appreciate it. With that, I'm going to move ahead to the public comment part of this, of our agenda. Thank you for those who signed up to provide testimony to the board today. We ask that everyone in the Zoom queue to not exceed their allotted time of 3 minutes. I ask that before you start, that you state your full name, agenda item number you are commenting on, and associated affiliation if you are representing a group or organization. A timer will be provided to track your time, and each commenter will be called on by the board administrator. With limited time available, anyone who exceeds their time will be prompted to provide a closing statement. So Hillary, are we ready to engage with public comment?
Yes, Chair Kelly, we are ready to begin.
Great.
So Board Chair, we have 3 in the queue who've signed up to provide public testimony today. Everyone in the queue for item 1, thank you for joining us and for signing up. To ensure we stay on track, I'll list names in a set order and call on each of you to begin your testimony. You will be unmuted for your comment portion and muted upon conclusion of your comments. When you begin, a timer will be displayed for a duration of 3 minutes. When your time lapses, we ask that you wrap up your comments. So first I'll lay out the order. We'll begin with Claire Clock. We'll move to Laura Wilkeson and complete with Seth Barnes. So let me prepare the timer. One moment. Mr. Clock, please join us.
Yes, Chair Kelly and members of the board, I'm Claire Clock from Corbett, Oregon, speaking on agenda number 1. I've been following forestry for the last 45 years as a forest worker, a farmer, and a conservation specialist educator. I am further encouraged by the composition of the board as we have it now, particularly the welcoming of more financial expertise. I have a total understanding of working forests, but one of the things that was really critical to me was the trust factor, and the trust factor of the management of the forest has been nothing better than the Forest Service was 20 and 30 years ago, where the main thing was get out the cut. When we first established Clackamas Stewardship Partners, I mentioned that when an organization has spent so much time being advocates of the timber industry, you're going to have to do some rebuilding of trust for people that look at the forest a little bit farther than just the timber industry. The other thing is it's the Oregon Department of Forestry just isn't timber. The idea that farms and forest, there's a business angle, and the business angle is probably as important or more important than the organization itself, because most anybody can grow crops and grow trees, but can they really make a organization go and make it sustainable? So establishing trust is probably one of the most important things. Further, I would hope that when we manage the forest now, that we're looking at it in a more sustainable type of a way. The last appointments to the boards actually brought conversations on climate change. That's something that hadn't been heard on the board prior to about 5 years ago. So addressing climate change for the resilience of our forests are important too. So the other thing is, since there's wholesale cutting of the private forest, as I saw an example of down at the Port of Longview and the Port of Klamath with all the logs going offshore, I would hope that you would look at Oregon Forest as a sanctuary or a ability to put something in the forest that's not on private forest. So thank you, and appreciate your time and your efforts in helping the state.
Thank you.
Up next, Ms. Wilkinson, let me prepare your timer. One moment. Proceed.
Hi, good morning, Chair Kelly and board members. For the record, my name is Laura Wilkeson. I am the State Forest Policy Director at Hampton Lumber. Hampton is a family-owned company that started in Oregon nearly 80 years ago, with operations currently in Oregon, Washington, and British Columbia. In Oregon, we operate 4 sawmills in Willamina Banks, Tillamook, and Warrenton, and about 90,000 acres of SFI certified timberlands. First off, I'd just like to say that we're looking forward to working with Acting State Forester Nancy Hirsch, along with the new board members and existing board members. And we do appreciate all of your dedication to public service. Also appreciate the opportunity to provide some public comments today. I know that there's been difficulty in including this in the agenda due to COVID, but do appreciate you adding this as an agenda item. And with that, I wanted to briefly talk about the role that wood products play in carbon sequestration and in the fight against climate change. I know that this is an important topic for many of you that will continue to be discussed. There are some ideas out there that would reduce or delay harvesting trees in the name of solving climate change. However, this approach will actually do nothing to really address the problem. Timber is a high demand global commodity. Reducing timber harvest in Oregon would cause leakage by increasing harvest elsewhere, likely in places with less stringent environmental laws than Oregon's. Currently, 30% of lumber used in the United States is already imported from other countries. Oregon is the #1 softwood producer in the country. If we reduce harvest levels here, we would also then be exporting all the economic benefits that Oregonians, specifically those in rural areas, currently enjoy thanks to our sustainable working public and private forests. If we want to take meaningful action to address climate change through our forests, it should be done by promoting and expanding the use of wood products that are produced right here at home. The need is especially great in urban areas where we anticipate significant growth over the next several decades and where housing affordability continues to be a crisis. 39% of global emissions actually comes from commercial construction, building operations, and the production of building materials. Most of those building materials are not wood and are non-renewable. Specifically in Oregon, transportation is actually the greatest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. This is all to say that climate change is a global problem that will need large scale and innovative ideas to solve. The forest sector alone cannot solve all of these problems. However, Oregonians specifically can play a vital role by producing those materials that will address climate change. We're looking forward to working with this board, the department, our local communities and stakeholders as we tackle this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Up next, Seth Barnes.
You ready for me? My clock? Chair Kelly, State Forester Hirsch, and members of the board, for the record, my name is Seth Barnes, and I'm the Director of Forest Policy at Oregon Forest and Industries Council. As this is my first time testifying in front of many of you, I'd like to say a welcome, sorry, and congratulations to the new board members, as well as State Forester Nancy Hirsch, and the board chair Jim Kelly. Thank you for your commitment to serve. I've worked closely with board members and state foresters in 2 states. These are not easy positions. One of the best examples of a board member that I've ever known is one we recently lost much too soon. In his time as a member of the board, Gary Springer was an example of dedication to the work. But it wasn't just the hours he spent that we all remember, it was his humanity and his heart. Gary cared about the work he was doing and about the people involved. He wouldn't have wanted me to mention him here, and he would have tried to stop me by saying something funny. I just couldn't let my first testimony since his passing go by without mentioning his name. There are 2 items of business I've come to testify on. First, I'd like to commend the department's work to date on implementation of Senate Bill 1602, item number 6. OFIC was not a signatory to the MOU legislation, but we were in full support of its passing, and we've been supporters throughout the process. We recognize the intricacies of developing a first-in-the-nation helicopter notification system. This is like no other system in the country. Indeed, no other state has anything like this. It's simply the latest example of the Oregon way. Of course, there are already several aspects of Senate Bill 1602 that are being implemented. To my knowledge, with this legislation, Oregon now offers the largest continuous protection afforded to schools and drinking water intakes in the country, as well as increased buffers in the Siskiyou for SSBT streams. These measures are significant and come at a cost to my members. And I think it's super important that we recognize the work that this legislation represents, and not just the ongoing work of the private forestry corps, but the work the department and the companies are already doing to implement these measures. As we anticipate December 15th launch date for the neighbor notification system, we look forward to helping the department test and refine it to make the launch a success. Second, item number 8, the state forest timeline for developing an a forest management plan concurrently with an HCP just continues to baffle us. How can one adequately assess an HCP impact to communities and prepare an EIS if harvest modeling, for example, won't even be prepared until after the draft impacts are assessed? Furthermore, it remains unclear to us how we will be engaging in the FMP discussion at all. It appears the NEPA process will largely be a black box, and the FMP development will lead to a vague document. This is unsatisfying to our members, and we would really appreciate more information. In closing, once again, thank you for the willingness to serve in this capacity, and please reach out to me anytime The OFIC door is always open for conversation on any of the items in front of this board. Thank you.
Thank you, all testimony providers. You're welcome to stay in the Zoom meeting. However, we just ask that you remain muted and disengage your video for the remainder of the item unless called upon. So thank you very much. Chair Kelly and members of the board, this concludes our public testimony portion.
Okay, we're going to, in that case, move on to item 2, where we are going to discuss what we want to see in the next permanent state forester, what attributes, what are we looking for? And we also are going to, in our conversation, have some subject matter experts that are joining us. I think we've got John, Sylvia, Tricia, Matt, and Annika. If you could each introduce yourself and who you're representing at this time, that would be useful.
Wonderful. I'll lead off. Good morning, board. My name is Annika Marriott, for the record. I am a general counsel, natural resources section in the Department of Justice. I am the contact counsel for the State Forest Division.
Great.
Hi, I'm Sylvia Van Dyke, and I am an attorney at Department of Justice like Annika, but I'm in the labor and employment section, and I'm here to assist with any labor and employment related legal questions.
Great. John?
Good morning. I'm John Pascal. I'm the executive recruiter in the Department of Administrative Services and the CHRO's office. Good morning.
Thank you. So I encourage the board, as we discuss desired attributes and hear from the public on what they are looking for in the next state forester, to challenge our positions as we discuss and identify the key criterion, qualities or skills that will be the foundation for the position description and job posting. Additionally, our deliberations will initiate dialogue between the public and the board, as well as department staff, as their input will be incorporated with the final body of work. The deputy state forester will assist with capturing input from department staff about what they would like to see in the next state forester. With the help from the Department of Administrative Services and the Department of Justice, we can review process questions and explore what the board work will look like over the next few months as we proceed with the recruitment of Oregon's next state forester. For general awareness, the attachments included with the staff report on item 2 are derived from past recruitments and are merely samples for the board, department, and the public to consider. They can provide insight to the board as we discuss and shape the qualifications, attributes, criterion, and skills desired for this chief executive officer position. So our next step here is for board member comments, and I was provided some comments from Joe Justice, who wasn't able to be here with us today. So I would like to, I think, just to start, share what Joe has written and then move on to each of you. From Joe, the 11 desired attributes listed in the packet from 6/28/16 are still relevant today. Many of these 11 attributes point out leadership, vision, and communication, which we must have in our next state forester. I would add an inclusive, collaborative servant leader who has a strong desire to see Oregon's people, forests, and economy flourish. A leader that can facilitate the often difficult and imperfect decisions that are informed by both science and values. Our next state forester is, of course, a forester in bold type that must understand and be familiar with the complex forest ecosystems we have in our state. It will be critical our next state forester understands the challenges facing Oregon related to firefighting, fire finance, and fire prevention. It's important to me the next state forester is familiar with the governor's wildfire council and plays an important role in moving forward the council's recommendations. ODF has a strong culture of service. I can personally attest to this as I've worked alongside ODF personnel for many years. Our next state forest will need to maintain and hopefully grow this culture of service within the department. All right, that was from Joe. And at this point, we will open this up to other board member comments. Who would like to go first? Carla.
I'd be happy to go first. I think as I read the position description and as I look at some of the significant work that lays ahead of us today, I would really like to strengthen the financial management capacity of this position. You know, we manage a biennial budget over $500 million. We've had $485 million of wildfire costs the last 5 years, a large class action lawsuit. We manage assets, something over $4 billion. This is not a small organization. And I think while we need the attributes, we need to really, that as they are today, we really need to think about the financial and management capacity of this position and strengthen that. Thank you.
Okay, Brenda.
For the record, Brenda McComb, Carla, thank you for that.
I know you're a little bit muffled with the mask.
I'll try this. How's that?
That's better.
Okay. Thank you, Carla. Business acumen was on my list as well. Three other things that I would like to see explicitly outlined in the position description and in the recruitment and advertisement piece is a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, particularly a recruitment effort which ensures that we develop a candidate pool which meets the requirements that we'll come to agreement on here today, but also represents a diverse candidate pool. Another attribute that I would like to ensure that the new permanent state forester has is a deep understanding of science, both biophysical science and social science, and how to access that information and how to use that information in making decisions. And the final attribute I'd like to see is collaborative skills, particularly collaboration, meaningful collaboration with other state agencies, as well as a variety of stakeholders.
Thank you. Ben.
Just for the record, Ben Doimling. I've been thinking a lot about this position and what it represents and what you have to do here. And I'm focused on trying to get as large an applicant pool as possible. I think we need a unicorn for this position. And as I look through these qualifications and attributes, I feel like they're fairly narrow. There's a lot of lines in here that sort of focus and in some ways seem to point to someone who's already within the department, which is not something that we should exclude at all, but I want to make sure that this pool is as large as possible. And a couple points in the desired attributes, it very much says you need to have experience and understanding of the laws and policies and the operations of the department here in Oregon. And while that's important, that really precludes us from bringing in outside perspectives. Those are things that can be learned. A good leader can learn those fairly quickly, especially with the phenomenal staff that we have here in the department. And I want to find ways that we can write this description that is following on Brenda's point, that is inclusive, that opens up to a broad as broad a pool as possible of highly talented individuals. Following on what Carla had to say about financial management, for me, while I agree financial management is critical, and I think needs to be a big part of this job description, executive experience, leadership experience, those are for me the most important attributes. The technical knowledge of how trees grow is less critical in my mind for this position. There's a phenomenal staff here in the department who know about fire and about trees. This leader needs to be focused on people and communication and knowing how to put those pieces together and put them in place. So those are some of my initial thoughts.
I'll just comment, Ben, I noted the same piece about the specific in the job description around knowledge of these specific Oregon policies, and I, for one, agree and noted that should be not in that job description. I agree with you that all can be picked up pretty easily if we've got the kind of capable person that we need, and we don't want to exclude those other potential applicants. The whole job description, what I struggle with a lot of it, I think most of those things need to be listed, but it's pretty technocratic, and so as much as those things do need to be listed, we just have to also really focus on the humanity part of this process and our needs, I think.
I guess I'll go.
You bet, Chandra.
For the record, Chandra Ferrari. And yeah, I will be mostly, I guess, reiterating what others have said at this point, but agree that making a job description that will pull from the largest group of diverse candidates is what we want to do. And we're a little bit constrained by our statutory requirements, I think, and what has to be in there to some extent. But I certainly agree with that goal. And I also had on my list, of course, financial management skill set and seeing a desire to improve the financial condition of the agency. I also had on my list a strong understanding of science and how to use it or how to get it, much like Brenda said. I think that's a very important trait. The other piece that I think is important, and it's sprinkled throughout this, I think, but it is someone who's going to foster a culture that embraces accountability, someone who is accountable, someone who has a track record of being accountable. And that means, I think, setting a future-oriented, ambitious agenda, though, that can be tracked with metrics and that you're able to deliver on those. And you're able to communicate that to a broad range of stakeholders, how you're delivering on those. And so some of that is captured in these bullets. I think it might be a little bit clearer. I'd like to see that come out of a candidate, right? That's what they have a track record of doing, because I think that's what we need to do here in all areas to improve trust amongst stakeholders. And it's partly the financial pieces, but it's also some of the other substantive pieces. We need to be really clear on what we're wanting to do over the future, how we're going to get there, sell the vision to as many folks as possible, as many stakeholders, and then demonstrate success. So I'm really looking forward to hopefully getting some of this out in the public space to hear what others have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. When I was doing the introductions, I failed to note the actual presence of our HR in-house ODF HR Trish, who is also here to help advise us. So thank you for being here. As you all might expect, I also have some comments. So let me try that now. First of all, I just would like to say that a lot of good work has been done in the past to develop the list of attributes and a job description for the state forester. So I do feel that there's no reason to throw that out. We need to build on that rather than start over. But that does beg the question, what has changed since 2016? I would argue that everything has changed due to climate change and the new fire environment. The stakes are just higher. Today, climate change caused fires are a clear and present danger to life, public health, communities, and the greater Oregon economy. The commitment described in the first attribute in the 2016 version to the various communities that depend upon the social, economic, and environmental resources associated with forests no longer cuts it, in my view. We need a leader who understands and embraces their responsibility to all Oregonians and their expectations of safety, health, and a sound economy. So in other words, I'm saying we need to look beyond just those rural communities that are, not that we ignore those communities whatsoever, but further, with these higher stakes, the need goes far beyond a good caretaker. We need a visionary leader who is ready and willing to identify needed significant structural changes. Then we'll work together with state leadership, the federal government, and all our other stakeholders to execute those changes. All options need to be on the table and no subjects can be taboo. We need a natural leader who will be seen with respect and admiration throughout ODF, a leader who asks a whole lot of their team, but does that with understanding, encouragement, and empathy. We need a leader who recognizes and rewards competency and who at the same time does not ignore those who need coaching or other help. Finally, we need a leader who will engender and maintain the confidence and respect, not just of the board and ODF staff, but of the governor's office, the legislature, and all of our stakeholders. This person will be an excellent communicator and someone who just naturally cultivates relationships. And I would say that's a lot to ask, but I would also say that a lot is at stake. Okay. At this point, any of our subject experts that are with us, Trish and the rest of you, we're opening this up to any advice and comments that you would like to share with all of us.
Well, thank you, Chair Kelly. You know, I think I would appreciate the prompting John to, you know, explain to the public a bit about what your role is in helping the board and some of the, you know, steps that you'll take, the feedback that you're receiving from the board and the public very soon, and what you plan to do with that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Annika. Good morning, Chair Kelly, board members, State Forester Hirsch, stakeholders, and HR business partners. With the information, I've taken down quite a bit of really good information for the desired attributes, really good information. With the one thing that stood out was a diverse candidate pool and a large applicant pool. With the experience that I have, as well as partnering with our HR business partners, I believe that we will be able to meet that goal. Looking outside of Oregon, that was one of my questions. Are we only looking internally? And casting that net wider, I really believe that we can find the candidate that we're looking for. Certainly a unicorn, but I believe that person is out there. With the recruitment plan, I'm looking at a 90-day recruitment plan. We have a lot of participants involved, so scheduling of meetings will certainly be a challenge. However, with the three of us, myself, Hillary, and Trish, we'll be able to work in the background of not only getting the word out, but also utilizing certain distribution channels that we have access to. So with the recruitment plan, I'm looking at having someone in place for this position September 7th. And how we're going to do that using not only VidCruiter, and VidCruiter is actually an interview portal that we can use and assign folks to rate interviews because we still are in COVID. So I'm not sure if we're looking at face-to-face interviews, but it's been very successful with other executive recruitments that I've worked on because we can actually rate these folks from wherever we have access to logging in. So utilizing VidCruiter will certainly not only capture the time, but it'll keep the process on track. Now, the agreement of the position description, as well as what we're doing now with the desired attributes, but we're also looking at the required. I'll work with HR business partners to make sure that that is in place. But there will be some voting, obviously, from the board, and I'll lean on Hillary as well as Trish for that. But I'm certainly here to support this process. I'll be leading the recruitment process, but whatever the board or Chair Kelly needs, certainly feel free to reach out to me. There are many steps that are involved. However, they're not steps that that are that challenging. It's just a progression of the recruitment itself. What I would like to have from everyone involved are the different listservs. I mean, if we're looking for a diverse candidate pool, these distribution channels will be key. I have a personal international pipeline, so they go out to my pipeline as well. And those folks will, for the lack of a better term, I deputize them to help me find folks. So we do have a leg up on that of getting the word out along with these distribution channels, different diversity groups and associations, as well as our internal DAS, as well as LinkedIn, as well as I believe Trish added Partners in Diversity. They have a long arm. There's a long reach that we can connect with folks that we wouldn't necessarily connect with, but the associations and memberships that you all may be a part of, those are the groups that I would like to connect with as well, and also have you send out to your personal pipelines. So to ensure that we do get a large candidate pool and not necessarily the folks that we're expecting to apply, but to have that balanced pool that we're looking at. So hopefully I answered your questions.
Great, John, thank you. Trish, did you have, it looked like you had a few comments.
Nothing too much additional than what John had said. I'll echo and support his comments. I do think that it's key, just from what I've heard today and in previous conversations, that it's an active recruitment versus a passive recruitment in order to get the candidate pool and have the opportunity to select, because it is a critical position and you guys have very specific wishes and needs in this position, and it is a unique hybrid of what you're looking for. And so, I think that's where John's expertise will come in, and the partnership with all of you. And, my role is to support John and all of you and all of us as well, and assist in that. But that's really going to be key, is making those connections and, being an active recruitment versus passive. So.
I'd like to make just a few comments about, because I'm learning as I go through this process too. We've got various things going on. One, that we were required by statute to get public comment in 2 meetings. The history has been some special meetings. I have where meetings have been scheduled with relatively short notice, and I'm not sure that really met the intent of the law in terms of public comment. So We're taking a little more time than what would be ideal, but this is our first regularly scheduled meeting where we will be accepting comment that we can incorporate into our plans and our edited version of attributes and so on. So that and since I didn't feel it was appropriate to do that in special meetings, we will be trying to develop that into a near final version for our next regularly scheduled public meeting in July. We will again take public comment at that point. And what I am hoping is that we will schedule probably a Zoom special meeting, hopefully within a week after that meeting, so that we're still completing this work in July. And at that meeting, we would be essentially approving all those materials and our process plan for what we're going to go do forward, from that point out. Everybody I'm working with, Trish and John, I think certainly I've seen a real devotion to seeing a wide array of applicants, and that we can achieve that diversity of applicants that we all like to see. One of the conversations that I'm having is around whether or not we also contract with a professional search firm. And I'm not sure where that's going to go. I mean, John, I'm not sure. I'm not convinced yet that that's necessary, but it may be. And I certainly welcome everyone's input on that. But some of those conversations will be happening, outside of these public meetings. And we've also had input from at least one state legislator who's got an idea of who we should be using if we do use an outside firm. So, at that point where we have a meeting where we approve the plan going forward, and I haven't really formulated a plan, but there another decision, and I'd like to get some feedback from all of you, maybe that we have for the interview process, or at least the first stages of the interview process, a subcommittee of the board, no more than 3, obviously. So I'd like to get some feedback. That decision's not going to be made immediately as to whether, and I only would consider that just in terms of ease of operation and through that interview process, because we do have, of course, our public meeting rules if we're all present, and it gets pretty challenging to get through that kind of process. At the same time, I would certainly recommend that there would be a process and once this candidate pool that is whittled down, that involves all of you having direct connection and time with our final candidates. So with that, comments from board members?
Brenda McComb for the record. Thank you, Jim. A few comments relative to search firms. Universities use search firms pretty regularly for upper level executive positions. And I think by and large, they are helpful because they do have many connections across the country and even in other countries to identify people who fit the profile that we're looking for, but also help ensure a diverse candidate pool. So I'm not suggesting that it's something that we should require, but I think it is something we should consider seriously. The other comment is just a question, I guess, a process question. We've all offered suggestions for characteristics that we'd like to see in the position description. That's going to evolve over time with public input. What is the process for maintaining an iterative, changing position description until we reach the point where we make a decision?
It sure seems like a good question. I think we're going to have some staff help here, but I am guessing we are going to have a process here where with staff help, we're and listening to these first conversations, including the public comment we get today, that there will be some edited versions on the attributes and on the job description. And I think, I'm guessing that we're going to be shuffling paper around in the next few weeks, soliciting more comments so that we have something that people are comfortable with, board members are comfortable with by the time we're meeting again in July.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I'm not sure, Hillary, if a Google Doc is something that couldn't be used in this setting where we continue to update and change and edit, and all of those are tracked through time so we can see what the changes are. Might be something to consider. Relative to the subcommittee that would be screening applicants, Jim, I think that's efficient. But I do have concerns that a subset of us may miss people who others of us may see as possible candidates. So I think that deserves more discussion.
Yeah, I hear that. And I would just comment, I just want to add further, as we do a process to go through this job description stuff, we do need to be careful about not making decisions outside of a board meeting. And so we need to be just mindful of that necessity. Go ahead, Ben.
I guess I had a couple questions. One, you had mentioned earlier that Lena was going to be collecting input from staff on this description. And I guess I wanted to hear a little more about that process and make sure that it was a robust and wide-reaching process to solicit input from staff from the whole department on what they're hoping for in this position.
Lena, are we able to get you to a microphone to address your thoughts on where that's going?
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Hirsch. Sorry, that took a while to get out there. For the record, my name is Lena Tucker, Deputy State Forester. Yes, we've been having some just brief conversations, brainstorming about how best to gather input from the employees of the department based on desired attributes for the next State Forester. And so key today is listening to your discussion here on what you're looking for in desired attributes. And we can use that as kind of the initial brainstorming session to work with employees. One of the quickest ways to get to that input would be some type of survey, but we don't want it to be a checkbox, yes, no. So consider it more of a open-ended narrative, if you will, in terms of, giving folks the venue and the opportunity to express what is most important to them in looking towards the next leadership for the agency. So I'll be working with our public affairs director who has the skill set in kind of composing, the right questions, the right tool that we can use to get this. We'll also be doing some outreach at district staff meetings, unit meetings, as best we can to just hear from people in person. So today kind of kicks off the formal process in terms of getting out to have discussions with the employees of the agencies. And we look forward to doing that.
And I would just comment, I mean, you're hearing our discussion, you understand sort of the time constraint that we're going to have and the challenge of, and if we don't get it until like the next meeting, it'll be really hard for us to seriously integrate the feedback that we get. So
I have no worries, Chair Kelly, that the department employees are eager to provide input. So as soon as I say, here's the venue, you know, they're probably sending me emails right now. No. We will get you the information you need, definitely within or before the frames of your timelines.
Wonderful.
I look forward to it.
I understand, John, you have some further comments?
Yes, Chair Kelly, thank you. I wanted to address, but also obtain more information regarding reviewing the candidates. Throughout the process, once the position has closed, I will review for minimum qualifications as well as veterans preference, and then I will rank them and provide a summary of the ranking and why. So I just wanted to, I guess, understand, are candidates going to be reviewed prior to the close of the position closing, or is it after? I'm trying to understand at what point will the board be reviewing candidates?
Well, we can't even meet in executive session until we've completed this public input process. So I believe that means that we can't start that process until the meeting that will follow our next public meeting, which really puts it at the end of July.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brandy?
Just a quick follow-up on Ben's question to Lena. Lena, sorry that would you mind? Just a quick question. Given all the changes that Chair Kelly mentioned earlier, you know, what has changed in the last 4 years? Well, just about everything. I'm wondering, when you ask staff for their input, is there a way to ensure that staff who may have a different view from the majority to offer their opinions anonymously?
Yes, that's actually a great question. And again, it gets back to using some type of survey tool so that we can have anonymous feedback. We find that we get the most open and honest feedback when folks don't have to declare their name or their work location. And so again, having almost a hybrid model, you know, in-person discussions if folks want that, as well as some type of survey tool that allows people their privacy and sharing their true thoughts. So that's important in making sure that we tease out what the needs are and the desires.
Thank you, Lena.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, board members, you cannot do that anonymously. Okay, I think we are, Sean.
Yeah, sorry. I guess I just wanted to clarify for considering the subcommittee, that would be after John takes that list, and then it would be a first crack at the actual interviews of the people who are selected, and that would be in a public forum because we'd have.
Well, the actual interviews and all would
Right.
be obviously private.
Right, but anytime the group meets outside of that to have any sort of conversation.
The board?
Yeah. Okay, and then I was just curious, when I was looking at the recruitment plan, there's also this concept of stakeholder forums that comes into play that I think when I was talking to staff before, it seemed like that was something that was utilized when you got down to a couple candidates and that they were included. And I was just interested in how that process unfolded and if we're interested in utilizing it here. Or if that's something that we can defer to later. But.
I'll keep repeating, I'm learning as we go here too. I mean, we saw that model and I think it's probably likely that we are going to do something similar. I really haven't gotten that far in terms of investigating exactly how that worked and learned, you know, how well it worked last time and any changes. And also it's early for me to comment, but I'm suspecting we're going to do something very similar as to what has been done before at that stage, but more to learn.
Chair Kelly.
Carla?
Yeah, just one quick thought. I think Brenda brings up a good comment that, you know, many of us will look at these candidates from a very different lens. And so maybe having, you know, having a group of qualified candidates that meet the minimum requirements is probably something that, you know, maybe two groups of three, you know, we review those because I don't expect thousands of candidates here, but we review those and we make sure that, you know, that diverse lens is really screening those, you know, top potentials and then, you know, bring those names forward. So I think that's a thoughtful comment.
So I would just add, you know, in the intervening weeks here, any ideas on as you guys review the materials that we were given on structure for any of that, please just feed them, you know, directly to me. So that'll really be helpful. Annika, I understand you have some comments.
Yes, just a general comment. You know, I'm listening to everything that's been said, and I just want to reiterate that, you know, this really is your process. I can hear from Board Chair Kelly that, you know, it's very open to ideas about both, you know, potential changes to the recruitment plan that Chandra just touched upon. There's also, you know, I think, you know, from my perspective, don't forget that there is an opportunity to either do a work session or any kind of future meeting in between your two meetings where you've gathered all this feedback. You know, the staff is really going to have gathered everything today, looked at the public comment, and could be directed by you to either throw up a new draft for the next meeting's discussion to all comment upon, or for a work session to kind of narrow it down to get to this next draft. It's really up to you. It can all, you know, occur in a, you know, a work session, but obviously we would just notice it as a public meeting, but it's really an open process. There are lots of different ways to go about, you know, this iterative process. So I just wanted to make sure that you understand we are a resource. We've seen at DOJ it done in different ways to kind of get to your next draft. So please don't hesitate to kind of reach out or share your thoughts today on what you would hope for.
Thank you. So I'm understanding that to be that if we determine to be necessary in the next few weeks, we would call a special board meeting with a normal notice requirements so that we could specifically further these conversations to the working specifically on those documents. Brenda.
Brenda McComb, for the record, I just want to second Carla's idea of having two screening groups, two groups of three, to review what we get back from John. I think that really would help set my mind at ease that we're not going to be missing somebody who.
Okay. I'm going to move this on to public comments if we have any. Hillary, has anyone signed up to provide public testimony today?
Chair Kelly and members of the board, no one has signed up to provide testimony.
No one?
No one.
Okay, well, we've got, in that case.
However, it is probably good to note that we are, according to your opening comments, public testimony can be sent in, written testimony to the Board of Forestry at Oregon.gov through June 23rd.
All right, thank you. Okay, no public testimony. So we've got a few more minutes on this topic in our schedule. So I wasn't trying to cut you all off. We were having a pretty good lively discussion there. Anything further from board members?
Brenda McComb, for the record, Jim, I'd just like to second your thoughts from earlier in this discussion. Sorry. Second, your thoughts from earlier in this discussion that knowledge of, well, I think maybe it was Ben's comment, knowledge of how trees grow may not be as important as leadership of a large complex organization. And whatever changes we make to the position description, I think really need to emphasize the latter and not so much, being a forester per se, but having enough knowledge to be able to work effectively with the staff around all aspects of forest management.
Sure. There is specific language that we do need to be mindful of in statute requiring candidates to be familiar with Western forests. And that doesn't mean that they're a forester per se. I think that that language is open to some interpretation, but it is in statute. And so we have to be careful on that line. But I don't disagree with your sentiments whatsoever. Are there any other comments at this point? If not, from any of our subject experts or board members, yeah. Ben.
For the record, Ben Doimling. Just one last quick point. I wanted to express I'm excited about this process, and I feel like I'm excited about. I feel like there's a lot of agreement here. We're all on the same page of who we're looking for, and I'm especially thankful to John for helping us with this. And I look forward to working more closely with you going forwards and in working through this process. And I'm glad we've got you to help. And it sounds like you know a lot more than we do about how to do this. And I'm just wanted to say that I'm glad about the team we have.
Great. Thank you, Ben. Right now, this was scheduled to go to 10:35, and at 10:35 we have Doug Graff making a presentation to us around fire protection. And I am thinking that this is a perfect time to take a break in that case. And so I'd like to recess till 10:35. Thank you all. It's a great discussion. All right, everybody, the Board of Forestry is back in session, and we would like to invite Doug Graff, head of our Fire Protection Division Chief, to give us a presentation on our fire season readiness. Doug.
All right, good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Doherty for the, oh my, State Forester Hirsch. I'm looking at everyone to avoid the. For the record, my name is Doug Graff. I serve as Chief of Fire Protection for the Department of Forestry. I'll be joined today with Deputy Chief Ron Graham on video, who will largely do the presentation. Today, we have a standing agenda item for the board during fire season. Begins in June, fire season updates. And we really try to close these out in October, but we have extended them in years past up and through November. So let's hope for a closure this year. Largely, it's a status update on current fire status, our readiness, and then the outlook for the fire season. With that, Ron Graham, and I will advance the slides, Ron.
Very good. Thank you, Chief Graff. Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Hirsch. I am Ron Graham. I currently serve as the Deputy Chief of Operations in the Fire Protection Division for the Oregon Department of Forestry, and it's an honor to be here with you today to update you on the fire season outlook and our readiness efforts. The big driving factor this year, and one of the large driving factors annually in our fire season outlooks, is drought. As you can see by the map depicted in front of you, the large dark brown, dark red areas are areas of extreme to exceptional drought. Currently, we have 15 Oregon counties that have declared drought, and one more county is pending. They've made their declaration request to Umatilla, and that request is pending. For some of the areas in Central Oregon, for 3 counties, kind of right there in Central Oregon, this is a second year of this level of drought. So it's settling in, it's building in. And in the big picture, we're seeing drought strengthening across much of the West. That does cause concern for us, as we know our partner states, our neighboring states, will have similar fire conditions that we have, and likely will be just as busy as we expect to be. Next slide. When we look at our weather outlooks, this is for the months of June, July, and August. Again, the darker the color on the map, the higher the probability that we will be above normal temperatures. And you can see much of the state, almost all of it, with the exception of the far little northwest corner, is showing in a fairly dark orange color, which means there's strong indicators that over these 3 months, we will see higher than normal temperatures. Next slide. This slide represents precipitation outlook for the same months of June, July, and August. And the stronger the brown tan colors, the larger the possibility that we will see a departure from average precipitation. As you know, going into July and August, those are our driest months of the year to begin with. We don't get a lot of rainfall outside some coastal rain and valley rains, sometimes very little to none. The only other exception is as we get thunderstorms that roll through. Some of them might produce, rainfall, others might be of the dry nature. So when you couple the above normal potential temps, below normal potential precipitation, and the wild card of thunderstorm and lightning activity, it's something we're watching very closely, of course. Next slide, please. From the National Predictive Services shop, this is the significant wildfire potential outlook for the month of June. They look at all those factors of weather, fuels, everything that we do in fire history and occurrence. You can see much of the central part of the state is in red. That's indicating we have higher potential for significant wildfire. You can see this extends up in Washington, down to California, the Southwest, and the Great Basin, as well as Hawaii. This is a good indicator. We also monitor daily our significant fire potential for ODF. And the one factor we introduce into our significant fire outlook versus this national product is a financial component based on potential for large, costly fires and resource loss. Next slide, please. And as you can see in July, much of the state becomes in that higher potential category. You can see that, pretty much the whole western 2/3 of the state up into Washington indicates that the Southwest is going to maybe get a little bit of monsoonal relief and get some moisture and not be in that, but California strengthening and continuing in through the Great Basin and a little bit into the Central Rockies. Again, as we go into our busy months, more competition. And then you can see finally in August, much of the Northern Rockies and into the Northern Great Plains has that elevated risk, and our risk does not really change. The outlook currently only goes through June, July, and August. We'll await the next update here at the beginning of July, which will bring us through September. And as Chief Graff said, hopefully by then, the majority of our fire activity will be decreased by that point in time. Next slide. So year to date, these are of June 7th, a little bit dated, and it does take time for our fire database to catch up to what is happening on the ground. As you may recall, we have a key performance measure of 98% of our fires kept at 10 acres or less, and year to date right now, we're at 95%. That is not uncommon. We tend to run in the 94 to 96% average. You can see the driver so far has been human-caused fires, lightning making up only a small percentage of our fires in the state. I will say, though, that this does not contain the acres burned in the current Joseph Canyon fire, where we're estimating about 3,000 acres of ODF protection. That is a lightning-caused fire, so those acres will increase on this. And as comparison to our 10-year average, normally we would see about 144 fires. We're currently over 324. And normally on average, the 10-year, 1,371 acres burned, with this year, 3,644 plus the additional Joseph Canyon fire acres. So considerable amount of fires above average, considerable amount of acres burned. All this, even though, we've had extremely effective initial attack success. We currently have an interagency Type 2 incident management team from the Pacific Northwest teams managing the Joseph Canyon and Dry Creek fire, but we have not had to deploy an ODF Type 1 incident management team yet. Despite the fact we've had probably 8 to 10 now qualifying large fires from Klamath Lake District, Southwest Oregon District, Douglas Forest Protective Association, and Northeast Oregon being the districts that have had the larger fire activity. We haven't had to deploy a team. So very successful initial attack, keeping costs low, keeping resource loss low, and all of our districts have been actively engaged in fire throughout the calendar year. We currently have 7 districts in declared fire season, and next Wednesday, Western Oregon District will join that to make 8, leaving really only our remaining Northwest Oregon districts to go into fire season. And it's been a busy year. As I mentioned, those large fires, if you recall back to the end of March, the Bull Springs fire in the Central Oregon District burned over 200 acres outside of Bend, prompted evacuations, and triggered us to evaluate whether or not we would pursue FEMA fire mitigation grant funding for that. Ultimately, we did not, because weather was on our side and good, safe, aggressive initial attack quickly contained that fire and kept it at a manageable level. There was one outbuilding lost in that fire. Next slide, please. I will add, though, before I go to that, Doug, if you could go back. Statewide, the picture is similar. So all jurisdictions, and again, a lot of the fire statistics haven't caught up. Statewide, right now, we're looking at about 473 fires for over 7,300 acres burned. And again, that's probably not inclusive of our Joseph Canyon acres. So right now, ODF is well over half, almost 2/3 of the fires, and a good percentage of the acres burned. Similar situation on the statewide look is that right now, human-caused fires are the big drivers for the number of fires and acres burned. Thanks, Doug. Let's go to the next slide. One of our keys to success in, as I mentioned, early initial attack and safe, aggressive initial attack, but, early detection is one of our other keys to, our initial attack success. We do that a number of ways. Again, with the safe and aggressive initial attack, we have our Part Navia multi-mission aircraft that allows us to use forward-looking infrared and night vision goggle technology to detect fires, and also the camera detection system that we have currently in place. And we do have a proposal that's included in the current 762 fire omnibus bill that is proposing adding 15 new cameras and sites. It's about a $2.5 million proposal that includes the personnel, equipment, everything to get those projects completed and up and running. So again, the quicker we can detect fires, the quicker we can respond to them, the smaller they are, the less they cost and the less resource loss. Next slide, please. Our aviation resources are another cornerstone of our initial attack success. In addition to our, call it standard severity complement, this year, through the emergency board, we were giving funding starting back in January to run through the remainder of this current fiscal and biennium that allowed us to acquire contract resources for severity, whether it's aviation, heavy equipment, or engines. It gave us the ability to procure these contract resources, and we've done that. Given the situation I've described with the fire activity and the fire conditions, we've worked with over 4 contract companies, provided aerial and ground resources to be at the ready across our districts where the need is high, and those resources have been actively engaged in fires this year. The aviation resources have flown over 45 flight hours and delivered over 10,000 gallons of water and fire retardant already. This much needed boost to our system through the emergency board is something that we have continued to ask for in our policy option package and included again in 762, the fire omnibus bill. It's a huge part of our success this year, having the ability to acquire, procure, and have those resources at the ready when many of our federal partners, even though they brought on some resources, they're looking at the national picture and where they need them elsewhere as well. So having those resources available exclusively to us in the state is a huge boost to our system. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned, the emergency board really delivered for us starting back in January, allowing us to fill some limited duration positions, 33 total positions. This is 25 full-time limited duration permanent type people, and then adding 1 month to seasonal time to 150 of our seasonals to get those folks on and trained and ready sooner. I can attest to the 11 positions that we've filled right here in the Salem Protection Headquarters, part of that complement, that we have added capacity, whether it's in fire cost recovery, fire business and finance, fire cash operations, fire mapping and intelligence support, aviation, safety, you name it. Those positions have definitely delivered. We are tracking metrics, what kind of value did they add? What did we accomplish by having those positions on? And again, we certainly hope to continue those positions. I've spoken to the aviation capacity already at $5 million, and we're actively completing the procurement processes on the large air tanker requisition, as well as a Type 1 heavy helicopter. And wildfire risk mitigation is also a component of what the emergency board funded through strategic fuel reduction projects all over the state. This is money that can be used regardless of the ownership of the ground. It's where the need was the highest, the priorities were the highest to mitigate fuels across all ownerships. And that's a significant general fund investment. Next slide. All right, I will pause here. That is the end of agenda item 3, your fire season readiness and outlook update.
Thank you, Ron. In summary, bottom line, folks, we're looking at another difficult fire season coming at us this year. You saw the weather outlook, and the data suggests that year to date also, with 2 times the numbers of fires and 4 times the acres burned. We have a little reprieve right now that we've enjoyed some cooler temps with some moistures. A little bit of risk on the wind as those fronts move through over the next couple of days, and we'll see a warming trend begin later this weekend. And this trend, I would say, The risks has come in waves to us, starting as early as March 30th, as Deputy Chief Ron Graham highlighted, with heat waves and winds. We watch for those. It comes in pulses. And every time we get a little reprieve, 3 to 5 days with cooler temperatures, that staves off potential for large fire. That's a benefit. But the trend line does not look good. Looks like another very difficult fire season. With that, take any questions.
Brenda McComb.
Thank you, Jim. Doug, first of all, this is impressive. The work that your group is doing to keep people and property safe, and I know that's recognized across the state. So please don't take what I'm about to ask you as questioning that in any way. I really do value the work that your group is doing, but it comes at a cost, a financial cost, obviously, and that's something that we're grappling with. But it also comes at a greenhouse gas emission cost. And I'm wondering if your group keeps track of the hours that vehicles are active, such as the planes and the helicopters and the trucks and all that stuff. Is there a way of getting an estimate of what the greenhouse gas emissions are associated with fire protection?
Brenda, I have not seen any data to that largely across the wildfire community. And we don't track that currently relative to emissions in terms of what the suppression activity results.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick follow-up if I could. So I think it would be, I'm sure you don't have the capacity to do that. So I want to preface what I'm going to say next with that. But I think it would be helpful to the carbon side of the agency to begin to understand what these costs are. And I'm not sure how you do that, and I'm not sure where the money comes from, and I certainly don't know where the capacity comes from, but I'm just raising that. The other question I have for you is, are you able to get back on track with prescribed fire under the COVID restriction, after the COVID restrictions lift?
Yeah. Brenda, last fall, we really turned back to the standard of prescribed burning. At the beginning of COVID, we worked closely with Oregon Health Authority and largely stalled prescribed burning that spring. We understand the value, of course, and the board has deliberated an advanced prescribed burning policy for the state of Oregon to advance that. So it's critically important that we get back on track. This fall, we opened the window back up to the previous standards that the board set. And that's carried forward until we can move past that risk to smoke into our communities. The numbers are down, given that experience. We were in the range of prescribed burning at 180,000 acres across the state, and that was split across private landowners and public landowners. And that's a significant number of prescribed burn acres treated on an annual basis relative to our western states. So we really have a strong program. That dropped into, I think, just over 120,000 acres, given the COVID experience. So still favorable, but we want to get back well above 180 is our future desired condition.
Thank you, Doug.
Arlen.
Doug, I want to thank you for your intense leadership and efforts in this arena. And I especially want to thank you for keeping those FEMA invoices up to date, because we're going to need that cash. But I come from North Central Oregon, Sherman County, and was talking to some of the wheat ranchers there this last week. And we literally have some wheat being torn out. And I've never heard that in my, entire lifetime, because they're not going to, some of that wheat's not going to finish a crop. It's that dry. And they take 2 years of rainfall for 1 year crop. So every other year it's summer fallow or crop. But one of the ranchers said, yeah, he now has to stay home for fire season. And I've also never heard that from a wheat rancher in my entire lifetime. Just a reminder on the 5 million of wildfire mitigation. I want to put that in perspective. The U.S. Forest Service numbers say on the 19 million acres of public lands in Oregon, we have burned 14% over the last 5 years of those public lands. And the U.S. Forest Service scientists in the Wildfire Council said we should expect a 3 to 4x growth in wildfire potential. And certainly these drought maps spell out that potential. They also talked about the extreme burnable fuels load that is out there. And the Wildfire Council recommended 5.6 million acres be mitigated over a 20-year period, something of high-risk acres, at the tune of about $4 billion. So 5 million, I just want to put that number in perspective to what the Wildfire Council recommended, and also recognize how much of that is on federal lands. And they really prioritize those lands around high population centers. So I don't want us to lose perspective or sight on what that council recommended, and just what we're looking at here, the sheer potential of how big of issue this is for the state of Oregon. I'm not so sure we've got a bigger one out there, or if we do, I'm not sure what it is.
Kyle, I appreciate the expansion on the reality of what we're facing in fire conditions and how that impacts agriculture, particularly your example in the wheat country. Unprecedented is the word I continue to hear across the board. The Governor's Wildfire Council recommendation for context and further emphasis suggests a $200 million investment in mitigation on an annual basis to treat 300,000 acres. So that's a big audacious goal, and it's good to have those in place as we contemplate advancing fire protection, mitigation, and community protections with commensurate with the risk we're facing. And I put a finer point on the unprecedented challenge we have in the reality of fire conditions on the landscape. For the last 40 years, we've been tracking significant precipitation during fire season. And those days of significant precipitation have been declining 1% a year. So from 1980 to current, we have 40% less days of precipitation during fire season than what we've had 4 decades ago. So to consider what our future looks like and looking at our past, that's hard to do with this significant change that we've been experiencing on conditions on the ground. So I just wanted to put a finer point. And there's a number, every metric I look at relative to fire risk, leads me to believe we are challenged in a significant way moving forward. And I appreciate the board's engagement and leadership on this critical topic.
Doug, I'd like to move us on to the next agenda item, and I will just say one thing. I don't think this board ever adequately acknowledged the spectacular job that your division did last year with the COVID threat, and the management of that was nothing short of amazing. And the fact that you did that when we had this incredible firestorm event throughout all of that, and not just the management of COVID, but the safety of the firefighters that was managed so well. And I just think you guys deserve a huge congratulations for all of that.
Thank you for that.
Okay, we're going to move on to the Fire Protective Association budgets. It's the next item on our agenda. And we also have Doug Graff here with us to make that presentation. And this is an action item that we will be voting on.
Thank you, Chair Kelly. Annual decision item for the board this month. And we'll walk through a brief presentation. We'll tighten this up a little bit to get to that decision point for you. So Ron, if we can tighten that up just a bit. The purpose for the presentation is to orient the board to the budget process. So you see how we get to this point today, following what's in law required for us to work with local budget committees to develop adequate protection for the state of Oregon within our protection districts. We'll high level touch the funding structure, and our individual meetings, we have walked through this before, so I feel like we can hit this at a high level. A few data points on the scope of work in front of the department relative to acres burned and numbers of fires that we respond to. So essentially, what do you get with the investment relative to what our workload is in front of us? And then Ron will close on the final slide with the recommendation to approve the budgets and associated rates. Mr. Graham.
Thank you again, Chief Graff. For the record, again, Ron Graham, Deputy Chief of Operations, Fire Protection ODF. Really what we're going to talk about today is the fiscal year 2022 fire protection budgets. We do have 3 budgets basically overall. We have the base level, and that's what we'll be talking about in regards to these fiscal fire protection budgets. We have our statewide severity program that bolsters our base level, and we touched on that in the previous presentation. And then large fire costs. And again, this is another blending funding model where the general fund and the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund share dollar to dollar for the first 20 million of large fire costs. And above that, it's general fund again, and above that, an insurance policy and a partnership with FEMA across all of that as well. Next slide.
Ron, could you increase your volume on your end perhaps? And we'll do the same on this end. Thanks.
All right, I'll give it a whirl and let me know if it makes a difference as I do that. Is that better?
Yep, give it a whirl. We'll see how it goes.
Okay. All right, once again, we have a funding partnership in the complete and coordinated fire protection system across all of the levels. And when we look at the base level, especially, we have funding that funds our state office program, the headquarters services, the fire protection division staff, funding at the area level through our Northwest Oregon area, Southern Oregon area, and Eastern Oregon area level, the districts, and through our cooperators and landowners. That's the partnership at the base. And that's a blend of private and public dollars. Private landowners can pay no more than 50%. General fund pays 50%. And when we say public landowners pay 100%, that is recognition that the general fund pays the admin pro rate for the private landowners. And so in this partnership, in this complex blend, we have agreements with federal partners such as the Bureau of Land Management, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the Army Corps of Engineers. Through those agreements, also they fund adequately their appropriate spot in percentage into the base level fire protection budget. Next slide. This is the diagram that we use to kind of depict our fire funding framework. And as I mentioned, we're really talking about that base protection layer. This is what puts ODF staff at the ready, fire ready, equipped, hired, trained, ready to go to respond to fires up and through our incident management teams, the 3 Type 1 incident management teams that are really second to none amongst states across the country that have any kind of complement similar to our 3 Type 1 incident management teams. So that's what we'll be focusing on, and that's what we reference. But as you can see from what I said in the previous moments, this really is a good visual of how the funding split is and the different and various levels of our funding program. And then, you know, what that doesn't reflect is if we would exceed the $25 million insurance policy in full, we'd be back to a general fund ask through the emergency board. Next slide, please.
Ron, I'll jump in for just a second and emphasize for the board, the budget reflects this base protection. That's the decision point for today, adequate protection at the base, which sets our rates and establishes the revenues to collect for that protection system. Thanks, Ron.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. So our budget development for this base level, as Doug was just describing, happens out at our fire districts. fire protection districts, as well as at the headquarters in Salem. We develop our budget and those area budgets as well. Out in the field, they have, guidance, review, input, all across their process by the Forest Protective Association boards and budget committees. Ultimately, those boards through the spring Forest Protective Association meetings develop and approve at their level these recommended budgets, bring them here to this group every June as required to get approved by the Board of Forestry. This really does establish the level of protection that we have and the associated costs, the per acre assessments. And that again is guided by a legislative policy in Oregon Revised Statute 477230. Next slide. What does this budget fund? It funds the readiness for fire protection on 16.2 million acres, roughly half of Oregon's forested land that we protect, for 12 fire protection districts. It gives us initial and extended attack capacity through our firefighters that staff our engines, lookouts that might still be staffed, aerial observers, camera detection center monitors and observers, district contracted helicopters, initial attack bulldozers and other heavy equipment, our frontline seasonal firefighters, which include dispatchers, and our other fire support and fire business, fire cash, safety, you name it. All of that is funded at the base level. And again, think about having your fire department staffed, trained, equipped, and ready for whatever comes during the fire season. Next slide. And all of this is built for our average fire seasons, and the latest 10-year average has us about 981 fires. You can see that that's fluctuated a little bit to just below 1,200 fires, but fairly consistent over time. The number of fires, statistical fires, that we actually respond to on ODF protected lands. You look at the bars, the blue indicates human-caused fires in that number of fires, which are generally our driving factor in the number of fires, and black depicting lightning fires. This graphic represents from 2011 through 2020. Next slide. Associated correspondingly, the acres burned. This is where we typically see a flip of that trend. Remember, the number of fires is driven by human-caused fires typically. The number of acres burned during the same period and throughout time has been more driven by lightning-caused fires. Oftentimes when we get lightning busts, they come in multiple to hundreds of lightning strikes and tens to hundreds of fires at the same time, typically in a little bit harder to reach access areas on top of it. So that becomes challenging to contain all those fires in very turbulent weather conditions. Last year was a bit of an exception. As you can see, the blue human-caused fires were the larger portion of our acres burned. That was primarily due to human-caused fire activity during the September Labor Day fires. Anything outside of lightning gets categorized as a human-caused fire. And we average now over 95,000 acres burned on ODF protection, including the 2020 fire season. So these numbers drive what we build our protection budgets for and the staffing for, is to respond to these number of fires annually, these number of acres burned annually. Next slide, please. All right, Doug, I believe you wanted to touch on the spring 2021 association meetings. I know you attended most of those meetings, and between the two of us, we attended all of those meetings.
Yeah, I'll do that. Thank you, Ron. The meetings were held this spring, and the budget committees were active and engaged. These are local landowners who share that investment in the protection system, and well attended, and all associations and district budget committees supported the budgets that are before you today for consideration. And in closing, the recommendation from the department is to approve the fiscal year 2020 district and association protection budgets as presented in attachment 1.
Okay, any comments from Acting State Forester Hirsch? Good, okay. What about, has anyone, Hillary, has anyone signed up for public testimony today?
Chair Kelly and board members, no one has signed up for item 4.
Okay. I would like to seek a motion on the proposed recommendation. The action here is to approve all fiscal year 2022 district and association protection budgets as presented in attachment 1. Do I have a motion? You may.
Brenda McComb for the record, just make sure I understand, Doug. So the dollar allocations among all of these districts sum up to the amount that would be needed to address that 95,000 acre, 950,000 acre, whatever it was, year. Is that correct?
Brenda, that is the effort. On an annual basis, the districts look at protection standards and evolve an adequate protection. I would describe the fiscal budgeting process as incremental advancements in the fire protection system to make the leaps necessary to advance fire protection commensurate with the risk we're facing. The biennial budget process, the omnibus bills that come from the legislative, that's where we advance in leaps and bounds commensurate with risk. And the last effort that the state evolved that conversation was in 2013 with the passage of the Wildfire Protection Act.
One other follow-up, Doug, if I could, is money that is goes unused in one biennium carried forward to the next?
Absolutely. So these fiscal budgets in law, what's carried over as a starting budget number, which really defines or influences the rate for the following year. So we're able to carry unspent dollars.
Sorry, Nancy.
Yeah, Nancy Hershey, Acting State Forestry. I maybe just want to add a couple of subtleties to that. The question, I believe, was, do you have carryovers, or if you don't utilize your full budget? So on the biennial budget side and that authority, the general fund, in my view, does not carry over. And I see Bill Herber shaking his head. On the private collections, there's a process by which the agency goes through that's called a cost computation, whereby in the budgeting process, there would either be a credit or a debit that would then increase or decrease these rates, or at least be one factor in that. And then secondly, I just wanted to make sure on your first question, I believe you were talking about the key performance measure of 98%. Was that what you were referring to? Or were you referring to the acres?
Well, the reference was the 10-year average for numbers of fires at 930 fires that we respond to on an annual basis.
Okay, thank you. And maybe I'd offer an additional comment to Doug's comments. These base budgets provide the adequate level of protection. They also need to be within, our biennial budget authority. And I would characterize that, as you have seen both Doug and Ron describe, the increase in the risk on the landscape has been a call for need to increase the capacity. And I think Doug did spell out, with the work of the governor's wildfire council, the governor's recommended budget, and the bills that are out there. That's very much required in order to achieve the goals and the objectives that we have. So thank you for your question.
Any other questions? Still seeking a motion and a second. Go ahead.
I would make a motion to approve, and then I have a question, but I can wait for a second.
I second.
So Doug, this is a 2.3% increase over the last budget, I believe. And I also, I want to be sure these three assumptions are correct. These 12 associations are audited by a third-party audit. I believe that's correct. And then our fellow board member, Joe, currently serves on this committee. Are all three of those things still correct?
So a point of clarity, the three operating associations would have a third-party external audit on those books, and that's Walker Range, Coos, and Douglas Forest Protective Association. The other districts are agency operations, so our audits would be consistent with Secretary of State accounting principles for governance on the executive branch.
Okay.
Okay, in that case, I am going to call for a vote if all board members could unmute themselves. Carla Chambers,
Aye.
Ben Dumling,
Aye.
Chandra Ferrari,
Aye.
Joe Justice is absent, Brenda McComb,
Aye.
and myself, Jim Kelly. Aye. With that, the board reaching consensus, the motion carries. And we are ready to move directly, just a couple minutes behind schedule. We're pretty good here. To go on to our next item, number 5, the MGO report and implementation plan. And so we'll welcome Bill Herber, Ms. Perez, who will be presenting here. And both are actually here with us in the room, correct? Yeah, there we go. It's all yours.
All right, thank you and good morning, Chair Kelly, Acting State Forester Hirsch, members of the board. For the record, my name is Bill Herber, Deputy Director for Administration. And with me today, here is Sabrina Perez, Senior Strategy Manager for the Administrative Branch. So we are here today to present our department's implementation management plan in response to the recently released final report of MGO. As you'll hear, this agenda item in front of us is a culmination of so far 1.5 years of effort. And we are looking forward to working with you in the next steps of this very important effort. Thanks, Jason. So just a brief outline of what we'll be approaching today. Nancy will be kicking us, Acting State Forester Hirsch will be kicking us off with a few comments to give us a little context, and then we'll touch a bit on background and timeline and a high-level summary of the recommendations. We will be keeping this presentation brief so we can get into some good discussions with the board. We'll have an overview of the implementation plan and what that means and how it'll be used within the department and externally. And then finally, like I said, we want to create some space for a board discussion and ultimately get to the recommendations, since this is a decision item in front of us. With that, I will hand it over to Acting State Forester Hirsch for her comments and context.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Sabrina, Chair Kelly, members of the board, Nancy Hirsch, Acting State Forester. And I think you probably have a typical routine of going right to staff. I did ask Bill if I could provide some comments on the front end here today, given the significance of this report. Really, I have two pieces I want to touch on. The first one here, I hope this slide is pretty clear about what I feel is my role as the Acting State Forester, and that is to provide responsibility, accountability, and oversight of the full implementation of the plan. That's with me, it's on me. I don't do it alone. The agency will be adding a new direct report, somewhat of a project type manager position, with some hopeful other financial expertise to help with this oversight, to assure that the train arrives on time with all the scheduled deliverables. As I said, I don't do this alone. I absolutely need the full alignment and support and leadership from the excellent executive team we have. Same with the agency's leadership team and ultimately to every employee in order for this to be successful. I'm confident in the alignment on this priority. This brings me to my second point, which is I felt somewhat important, as I know a couple board members are newer. And I think that looking back at some key points in history over the period of 2013 forward, provide us some opportunities to reflect and also strengthen our look at what are really all the lessons learned along the way here. So why are we here in the first place talking about basic financial accountability and responsibility? The bottom line is we have made mistakes. We have learned lessons. We have made improvements, and we need and will make more. We're committed to demonstrating financial accountability, responsibility, and regaining the trust. So for background, I like pretty simple pictures to help me understand things. You can see on this slide is really about large fire costs. Comparisons prior to 2013 compared to post 2013. It ranges here in costs going from 10 million prior to 2013 to 70 million on average since then, with obviously higher peaks on any given one year. So on the slide, the dark green is the average large fire costs. I want to point out that the light green is the actual cash dedicated to large fire funding that's immediately available in the drawer to draw on. That's a bottom line 7-fold increase in average costs, moving from 10 to 70. These costs are a direct result of the increase in fire already touched on. I don't say this as an excuse for not being financially responsible, and I'll dive into that just briefly. These points I offer are based on my own personal experience of being around and with this agency for 33 years, observations, being a part of it, and a lot of reflections over the last few years. But I believe some of these points that I offer you today also were key contributors to the need for the governor's oversight team, MGO review audit, and the need for immediate response. So the first point I want to mention was probably not something you haven't heard before, but the 2013 Wildfire Protection Act. That bill was passed in the waning days of June 2013, and it was a significant substantial change in policy. It was on July 26th that the agency experienced a siege of lightning events that I can't remember now after all these back-to-backs, but I believe it was 150 fires started in Southwest Oregon. We ended up with, close to 100,000 acres immediately on the landscape. Really, the point that I offer here for us and encourage the board to think about as you make policy decisions going forward, as well as for the agency, is the policy decisions often get made without having the full implementation plan in play and ready to execute in order to really affect all of the changes in the business practices that are necessary. So just a caution, or maybe perhaps questions to offer that you would offer us when we're talking about policy and making changes. Secondly, cumulative costs, 2013, 14, 15, 16, and 18. I want to offer another policy change that occurred in there that had an impact on the agency relative to immediate cash in the drawer. The insurance policy for the state of Oregon used to have, during the 2013 and 14 fire seasons, a $20 million deductible. In 2015, that deductible changed to $50 million, a significant policy change and direct impact to how quickly we would have cash in hand, because the insurance underwriters actually were very timely in paying on the cash based on the cost estimates that we had in the audits we performed together. 2018, another signature year. Key there is when you hear ODF and learn reports about this fire season, when you hear that ODF is the paying agent in these multi-jurisdictional fires, that means we're paying for all the bills up front. So just keep an eye on that as well. Our agency business processes, tracking and reporting of agency cash, accounts receivable, accounts payable, did not adapt to keep up with the financial responsibilities and accountability during this time. And yes, it was still our responsibility to adapt and deliver. We own this. Proactive, ongoing communication and assuring there's no surprises about what we know or don't know was also a critical failure. 2019 was the almost default on the Treasury's loan. You all know that. This got everyone's attention, and that's when the governor's office convened the Forestry Financial Oversight Team to support the department in the financial management. Since then, the MGO, a CPA advisory firm was hired by DAS to perform the review and assessment and to evaluate options for financial structure for managing seasonal borrowing to affect or pay for the cost relative to the large fire. What you have in the report in front of you today addresses primarily the recommendations to mitigate, fix the problems associated with the department's financial issues. I don't believe that it fully, or it does not include specific recommendations for the unfunded large fire costs that may be obligated beyond the $10 million we have in the drawer through our partnership, your advisory committee, the Emergency Fire Cost Committee with the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund. We know we need to right the ship on the agency's cash flow, accounts payable, accounts receivable, to demonstrate responsibility and accountability that I believe we will regain the trust with the governor's office, legislature, treasury's office, so that a solution for the funding for large fires is available as needed. Thank you for giving me that time, Bill, Sabrina, board, and obviously turn it over to Bill and Sabrina for the rest of the report.
Thank you, Nancy. Great context that sets us up well as we work through the rest of this presentation. So as State Forester Hirsch really framed up on how we got here, she mentioned in October 2019, the governor quickly responded to the situation at that time by establishing the Forestry Financial Oversight Team. This was a team that consisted of members from a majority of our funding stakeholders, and specifically the governor's office, Treasury, DAS, CFO, Legislative Fiscal Office, Board of Forestry, and forestry staff. The team had two primary tasks, one of which was to work with an independent contractor to address the backlog of fire-related receivables and provide recommendations on structural changes to expedite and standardize the processing of financial transactions associated with wildfire costs. And that's a mouthful that they had in front of them. And you'll hear how that shifted a little bit. With that, in December of 2019, the firm of Macias, Gini and O'Connell, and we're probably butchering that name, but I don't know if anybody's ever clarified what it is, but we refer to them as MGO, was hired by the Department of Administrative Services and begun a review and assessment of Forestry's fire finance operations, with on-site visits during the spring of 2020 and preliminary findings in the summer of 20 and refinements of those recommendations occurring in late 2020. After those refined recommendations at the 2020, the department really had an opportunity to provide management responses to those recommendations. And working with staff and leadership throughout their organization, we were able to clarify some of the work they outlined. So in response to those management responses, MGO published its final report in April 2021, and you have that final report in your packet. So once MGO came on board, it was apparent by all that one aspect of their statement of work was no longer needed, and that was addressing the backlog of outstanding fire costs. Prior to MGO coming on board, the department had already identified much of what MGO had seen and started addressing it. Department staff had made at that time monumental progress in addressing that existing backlog of work. And so from then on, MGO's efforts were best served in establishing best practices for large fire cost processing, with that shift MGO focused on the following areas. Really a stem to stern evaluation of our accounts receivable, accounts payable operations. They evaluated claims processing regarding our FEMA collection process, reviewed the codification of our processes through our existing policies and procedures, and ultimately made recommendations for improvements in all of these areas and to produce a final report. Through their work with the department, as Nancy mentioned earlier, MGO produced 28 recommendations that coalesced around 5 areas of concerns. First being policies and procedures, whether our controls were in place needed for our processings to really have a durable and robust solution. Information technology, they looked at identifying how we utilize or maybe did not utilize information technology and our infrastructure in place. Then there was an oversight. This is the accountability mechanisms that we may or might not have had in place. They spent a significant amount of time looking into that area. In budgeting, they not only looked at our finances, but saw if our budgeting practices were in support of those financial operations. And then finally, they looked at financing and accounting resources and whether our capacity and or capabilities to do this work was properly put in the organizational structure of the department. And within these categories, each recommendation was assigned a level of risk from high, medium, and low. And you can see this on the chart there. So the particular areas of concern identified by risk. The definition of risk really factored in a multitude of areas, such as were controls effective for that particular bucket? Were there compliance issues that needed addressed, and how quickly things needed to be addressed, or if there was value in immediately correcting something versus not having that urgency behind it. And that's really what resulted in high, medium, or low. So as you look through these, it's some recommendations, risk has kind of a different context than you might think if you immediately look at a high risk recommendation or potentially a low risk recommendation. There was a lot of play in the context of what risk meant. So you can see our largest area of concern was around policies and procedures, or more specifically, management control of various processes within the large fire workflows and accounts receivables and payables. A lot of this manifested in outdated policies, outdated procedures, non-existing policies and procedures, things of that nature. Next, our largest area of concern that MGO identified was information technology. And this was focused a lot on disparate systems, but more specifically lacking oversight or governance around those systems. So what was in play and was it being effectively utilized? And where we could make some advancements in the utilization of IT throughout the department. The last major bucket, with no surprise, was given MGO's background, was oversight and the lack ability to maintain accountability in various processes. And of course, this also rolls up into all the reporting and notification and things Nancy spoke about in her comments. So for the sake of time, we won't be walking you through each of these recommendations, but they are thoroughly documented in both the MGO final report you have and also in the department's implementation management plan. Where we'll be focusing some time is discussing what the implementation plan is, how it'll be utilized in this work. And both of these reports, the MGO final report, like I said, is in your packet as well as the implementation plan. But I do want to hand it over to Sabrina to give you an overview of the format of the implementation management plan, and then we can have a broader discussion about everything in context. So Sabrina.
All right. Good morning, Chair Kelly, Acting State Forester Hirsch, members of the board. My name is Sabrina Perez. I'm the Senior Strategy Manager for the Administrative Branch. So today, I'm going to walk you through a little bit of our implementation management plan and how we developed that with staff. We're sharing the first iteration of our plan as an intent to ensure transparency and accountability in the work that we're doing. Implementation of MGO's recommendations will require a clear path, specific deliverables, and accountability mechanisms. The objective of the plan is to provide our employees involved with a clear view of what's expected and how to get there. The plan also provides all of the details and tracking mechanisms that we'll need to provide all of you, the board, governor's office, treasury, the emergency fire cost committee, legislature, and others, clear, consistent reports on our progress on a regular basis to ensure that transparency and accountability throughout our implementation of these recommendations. Bringing it back to the timeline, Bill just spoke to the publishing of the final report from MGO in April. And before us now, in those recommendations, we do have 4 coming up due at the end of June. We have 1 that we'll be working through with you all at the board's annual work planning retreat. We have another 4 in December, have 15 coming due at the end of next fiscal year, and another 4 with greater scope due at the end of the following fiscal year. So I do want to recognize that you just received this plan. A lot of work went into developing detailed recommendation deliverables for each one of these recommendations. But I am going to take a brief dive into how to digest these details to help you all as you work through this. So up at the top, illuminated here, you have the header section of each recommendation and each page in that plan. Those header details are directly from MGO's report that was published in April. Further, you get to zeroing in on the MGO action plan and called out MGO in red font there. That was not included in MGO's published report, but it has been spoken about in forums, and it is the recommended action plan that they would suggest to help us carry out and meet the spirit of the recommendation and mitigate risk. So we've taken that action plan, given considerate thought to it, and gone a bit further to understand how can we fully implement that action plan within the agency and truly make it a holistic implementation that fits all of our agency business lines. So in this example, we've moved beyond calling out the red fonted action items to really get into calling out other things we need to do in regards to IT systems or further communication planning or training needs or follow-up maintenance that we could need afterwards. In this particular example that we're showing here, we do have a Sage accounts receivable IT solution coming online after this recommendation is due. And so the recommendation was truly meant to codify our business practices and ensure that we had solid business processes and procedures down. However, once we implement the IT system, we're going to need to go back and adjust those processes to ensure integration of the new IT system. And with that, that was the deep dive into the details of the plan. And we've reserved this time for you all to get into discussion. What we're looking to here is to ensure that we're meeting your reporting needs. We also want to know, how best to guide our work. And we're really looking forward to working with you on the implementation of this and honoring the work that employees put in as they progress through these deliverables. So with that, we'll turn it over to you. And when you're ready, we can look at the recommendation, but this is really your time.
Thank you. There's just so many different directions we can go in terms of this conversation, but I would like to just start it off by looking at the very big picture here and thinking about the slide that State Forester Hirsch showed us with the immediately available funds each year versus the change in large fire costs. At the end of the day, that is the elephant in the room and the structural change that has to happen. The problem that we've had, the way I visualize it, is that with the problems that we've had with our own finances, not understanding our accounts payable or receivable, and then not really being a credible partner to work with the governor's office and with the legislature because of the deficiencies in all these systems, we're really in a place where the MGO role is to bring us to the point where we can credibly say, this is our financial position. And once we are able to credibly say that and be on the road to fixing a lot of these things, then we can have those, we can be that credible partner, having those conversations with the legislature and our other partners in terms of solving this elephant in the room. And we will be at risk until that large fire cost threat that we have so well illustrated in that slide. And I sure hope every legislator gets to see that slide soon. I think it's very telling. So that's kind of my big picture view of all of this. I'm sure we have lots of other pieces that need to be talked about here. It looks like Carla is ready. Thank you, Carla.
So Sabrina, thank you. And Bill, thank you for your leadership in this area. I know, Bill, you're relatively new to the organization, and just your capacity here is really essential for us. I think, and Nancy, again, thank you. I met with all of you yesterday, and I think we're headed the right direction. I have confidence that we are. These systems were built for a $10 million fire season, not a $70 million one. And as I said earlier, we've spent $435 million in the last 5 years. So, but a lot of our systems are clearly outdated. It's not just a 7X factor is the problem. Some of these systems don't exist. And so I think we want to really recognize we're not just rebuilding old systems. In some cases, we're building systems, and there's a difference there. Board oversight, recommendation number 16 is really on the board, and I think with this new board, you certainly have the commitment of every board member here that we have a role, we have an obligation. So Nancy, it's on us too. And I think every one of us accept that responsibility. And it's just got to be a new day in this whole arena, and I believe it is. I think, where we ultimately want to get to is a good dashboard, and Bill, we're well on our way there in our board report. When I can see a really clean accounts payable, total obligations, total debt, I'm going to sleep a lot better at night because I have no idea what that number is today. And I'm pretty sure that no one else here does either. So I know we have a full court press on that, but getting that monthly dashboard is really, we need to get to that position pretty quickly. Not just outdated systems or lack of systems, but some of these systems are very decentralized. And so 12 phone calls to get a current accounts payable or not being able to get one at all. I think I hope our staff recognizes how vulnerable of position that puts, and certainly we've seen all the negative repercussions of being in this position. So I think we're all on the same, all on the same page of rebuilding this. FEMA, if I said, here's the two really big hot spots to the agency. One is that big accounts receivable that we have hanging out there with FEMA and keeping those accounts receivables current so that we keep cash coming into this organization. And FEMA, I'm pretty convinced they are paying us on a 6-month basis after we invoice, not on a 2 to 4 year basis. So that is just of utmost priority. And then also, really the state lands picture here is a big picture too, because both those are the two biggest drivers in this agency's budget. And I think we just need a full understanding of what those projections look like from state lands, because between collecting FEMA and where state lands is headed are pretty big drivers in what we're doing here. Thank you, all of you. It's a new day. We own our responsibility too, and that's up to us. So thank you for your leadership and what you're doing. And I have a lot of confidence we are going to hit this MGO deadlines. I'm very pleased. It looks like MGO will continue on as an auditor for us. That's essential. That's our accountability, all of us that we are getting these systems on track. And I can't thank you enough for your leadership.
Sandra,
Yeah, thank you. And thanks, Bill and Nancy and everyone else here. I completely agree with what Carla has said. Really appreciate your work on this issue and also accept the board's role here in wanting to be accountable and appreciate the MGO recommendations on that point as well. And as it relates to integrating this as an issue into our work plan, I fully support doing that. And I like the structure that you've put in. I mean, clearly I have not reviewed all of this and we'll look at that closer. But I am also interested in the dashboard concept and something that gives you a quicker top line view of what's going on, just more overview style with the financial condition of the department and understanding what particular metrics might be triggers that could operate as flags for us would also be helpful. I think there are deliverables here, which I'm excited to know about the progress of those, but there are also things that should alert us that something's not going in the right direction beyond the timeline or, with the actual condition of the financial condition of the agency. And so I would like to think a little bit or have your recommendations as to what those might be to give us a decent way to have a snapshot, recognizing that we don't all have the same background in this area, right? But are definitely trying to learn, I would say. So thank you for your work on this. And I certainly do support adding this in as one of our deliverables and would like to have further conversations on the dashboard concept.
I appreciate Chair Kelly, Chandra, members of the board. I appreciate those comments. I did want to clarify, yes, this implementation management plan definitely is a roadmap for the department. I don't think I expect the board to understand every single line item on a 64-page document that details, weekly work that department staff will undertake. But certainly if there's recommendations that are very germane to your concerns, it's worthwhile of a deep dive. But yes, we do anticipate a dashboard view in your monthly financial administrative report that you receive the 23rd of every month. It will have a highlight of all 28 recommendations and various status measures. That's actually part of some of what we can discuss what you ultimately want to see in that, but we do have some what we will move forward with that, and we can always adjust as you need more information. But there's certainly another product that the board will get to allow you some transparency and accountability. I did want to highlight a couple of things that, speaking of the details of the implementation management plan, Sabrina did mention the MGO's management action plan and some specific steps that the department could take to mitigate the risk that they observe. Sometimes those don't line up with how the department can do business, but we fully want to address the risk they outlined. And I just wanted to point that out specifically, like recommendation 8. They propose that we utilize a technology that we no longer use. So while we're going to address the recommendation, the steps they actually put in place, we're going to elaborate a little further that fits within the technology structure that we are going to roll out. So there's the management action plan that MGO proposed was a guide to help the department move forward. For the most part, you'll see a matchup to what we portray, but I do want to highlight that clarification. And the last thing is Sabrina got into a little bit of the dates, but I want to just really highlight, we're not squandering this work. MGO focus on large fire, but many of these recommendations, once implemented, benefit the entire agency. And we're taking that look. You'll often see some of the recommendations, the work in there is outlined well past the due date. And most of those, the reasoning is that we're going to address the observed issue by the due date, but we know we can get more business value in doing a little bit more work on that. So you might see due date is accomplished by June of 2022, but our work dries out even further into the year because we can see just with a little further elaboration of that effort, we can benefit the agency as a whole more so than just that isolated look at the scope of work that MGO put forth. So like I said, we're not squandering this opportunity. Thank you.
Wanted to go in a little different direction. The report, makes a couple of fairly vague references to the challenges of culture within ODF. And I think some of that is probably pretty obvious to the board, where you have a history of a lot of independence in these independent offices and so on, where they have been able to adopt or not adopt certain software, et cetera, et cetera. That's obviously a cultural challenge. I understand that, and I know you'll be dealing with that. But the other thing I was surprised by, and I know this is held dear in the culture of ODF, but it speaks volumes to me that amongst all of this, there is no mention of the militia model and discussion, which speaks volumes to me that it never came up. And of course, the board was not involved, although they were originally supposed to be interviewed by MGO and all, and that got cut short somehow. And maybe it would, but I don't know what you guys would want to say to that. And I know it's a complicated issue, but again, it does speak volumes around the culture that did not come up, because it clearly has significant impact operationally to the issues at hand in this.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, Nancy Hirsch. I just comment briefly and recognize that I expect that we'll continue to have a lot of conversation around this topic and the militia topic, culture specifically. I would say at the tip of the spear for me around the militia concept, of which Jim had mentioned this to me in recent conversations. And I think it's fair to say that he recognizes the value of the concept as well. But the concern I think I hear is, and valid, that when you fully implement and utilize all of the resources in hand across all divisions in the agency, all hands on deck to go and support these large fires during this decade of change, there's risks and there's financial risks associated with that relative to the level of oversight, attention to detail, responsibility and accountability that gets done back home during those times. So I think that was how I kind of took directly related to this report, that comment.
I think I'm going to guess too, there's a real fear in the agency that any change to that model would reduce the ability to fight fire, and which without new resources it would. And so I think that any further discussion when we go around that really has to take that on head on and have the support and understanding of our partners in the legislature and the governor's office if we get to the point where we are wanting to make any changes to that model. But enough said. Okay. Chandra?
Yeah, I just had one more quick question. So all of the different strategies, there's the medium risk, low risk, high risk, all of those. Did you accept all of those recommendations? I understand that sometimes you wouldn't be able to implement them as completely envisioned by MGO, but everything is addressed in your implementation plan, or is there anything that isn't any of those recommendations that you either didn't accept or don't plan to address in the near term?
Nancy Hirsch again, Chair Kelly, members of the board, Chandra. I'm kind of taking that question because I would characterize that as the ODF management response. And I may not have all the nomenclature or sequencing data of actually what went where in what report, but there was a management response that up to this week left some ambiguity around how we would respond. And so I will offer to you and affirm for me, Sabrina, This week, after reflecting on this and based on the conversations that I've had with all of you, as well as beyond here with the governor's office, it was very clear to me that we needed to be very specific about how we would respond. And that's specific to recommendation number 20. And it has to do with finance, accounting, and organizational structure. So I would offer that you take a look at what is called, I believe it's called the new ODF or ODF. Oh, yes, ODF Revised Management Response June 20. And I hope that provides you the confidence and assurance that it's very clear that we will be implementing every recommendation. So I'm not sure if you needed more than that. I'm sure Bill can fill in a lot more, but wanted you to know that.
I would just also want to comment, as you are dealing with a whole bunch of recommendations and a huge amount of detail, and the MGO people are smart people, but if it in this process, as you're going through these different recommendations and you realize that one or more of them are really not going to serve the agency or unworkable, that's okay. You come and talk to us about that. We're okay. Nothing here is set in stone. We've got to make sure we're being smart through this whole process. Ben, you had a question?
This is a perfect segue because my question was about number 20. And I guess before I go there, I just wanted to echo my thanks and support. This is phenomenal. This dashboard or this big long list, while I haven't made it through all of it, I'm inspired by it. It shows that there is a very clear and detailed map of where we're going, and that is great. As I looked at the 28 different recommendations or different issues, they seem primarily to be focused on systems and processes. And I think number 20 sort of gets at sort of a larger question of organization and structure. And some of the other ones deal with that a little bit. And from my limited perspectives, as I have continued to learn about the agency, I really feel like there's the organization of the whole department, I think, may have been part of the problem of how this arose, and finding ways to sort of look at that holistically as a part of this. And I appreciate I just read the revised response for June. This is a big thing. It's not something that can be knocked out really quickly. You're not going to reorganize positions by January 1st of 2022. But I think even though it's a big issue and unrelated in some ways to the bulk of what MGO is talking about, I think it's worth pursuing and thinking about from a 10,000-foot level of how does the structure of the agency relate to these more specific issues. And I just wanted to highlight that and appreciate that it's being thought about and being addressed. And that takes time, and that needs to be done in a holistic manner with buy-in from staff. But I think it's important to keep track of.
Brenda, you had a comment.
Yeah, Brenda McComb for the record. First of all, Sabrina, Bill, Nancy, thanks for this. The first few pages provided the overview that I think I've been searching for the last few years. So I really appreciate that, the clarity that you reflected there. 2 points. One, to Chandra's question about going forward and reporting out. I find myself in a bit of a dilemma. And that is, I really appreciate the 30,000-foot level, but it's not always clear from that level where the red flags are and where the issues are that are arising. That if you just look below the surface a little bit, you'd be able to understand what was going on. So the dashboard idea is exactly what we need, but that's forthcoming. So I think reporting out, we're going to have to rely on you all to identify those areas where we really need that more detailed understanding so that we can work with you effectively going forward. Whether it's meeting deadlines or whether it is some other problem that's arising. The other question I had, though, deals with priorities. You've got a lot of deliverables, huge number of deliverables, and I'm assuming that the deliverable dates reflect capacity and priorities. Is that fair, Bill?
Chair Kelly, Acting State Forester Hirsch, members of the board. That's a pretty fair assumption, although there does need to be kind of a progressive elaboration on those dates for that exact reason. Certainly, we're going to have external factors with fire season play into that. You will notice that a majority of the positions listed as responsible for doing the work or observing whether work's been completed are the same subset of people over and over. So capacity is certainly a huge issue that we got to work through. We don't really tell a good story with the plan on how much of this work overlaps with each other. So progress on one recommendation is likely going to affect progress on 2 or 3 others. You can see that in some of them where deliverables overlap. And so that's not really accounted for. So that's going to be at our benefit, but certainly capacity is factored in to those dates for the most part. But that you will see when we talk about the elaboration of this plan in version 1 and moving into version 2, a lot of that will be on the dates. But I do want to highlight that the due date of when we're going to do the work, the timeline that Sabrina showed on when those the recommendations due are what we're shooting for. Deliverables might shift.
And if I could follow up. Sure. And then priorities. So MGO established their own priorities of high, medium, and low. Are you following those directly, or do you have your own priorities in terms of how you're setting out the work that you do to get the most important work that needs to be done first?
That's a great question, and that's one we're factoring it as well. The risk, for the most part, I said there was a lot into the risk, but for the most part, they align with what we see as priorities. So timeline and the risk rating out the gate will set our priority stake. But within that body of work of those recommendations, that subset that falls into, if we're going to focus on the next 4 that are due and what's the risk priority for them, we'll look at the work involved and then kind of determine where, due to capacity or risk, where it makes best sense to put effort. So the prioritization is really going to be moved along as we get into the kind of the standard rolling wave of figuring out what the details are for the next step.
Thank you, Bill. I think it would be, and I'm sure you'll do this, all of you, keeping the board abreast with any of the, as you rethink priorities going forward, what's the rationale behind that?
That's a great point. I envision the dashboard to highlight the approach during that cycle in the priority ranking, and likely so the next one would be changed up and we can have that discussion for sure. I do want to point out we are fully on board to implement all of these. There are a few caveats with some of the recommendations that require external input, usually legislative intent, and those are ones outside of our control. But usually there's a body of work that we have to do to get to that point. So we're going to fully implement that. And then beyond that, that's certainly something we'll engage with the board is going to be a big part of that through our biennial budget process for those ones that need that kind of input.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, Nancy Hirsch here, nudging Jim here that I had to add 2 comments to this. One, capacity will be required in order for this ship to stay afloat. Secondly, in the near term, within the budget that we have prior to the end of June, as well as after June, we'll be working very closely with the governor's office, the legislative fiscal office. My priority in the very immediate term is to add some temporary, what I call surge capacity. It's not moving one person from somewhere else in the agency. It's bringing somebody external to the agency in to help us surge and get at the bottom and put out some of these very critical request deadlines that are necessary. And I think one of those, it's consistent thread for all of you and certainly for the agency, is this dashboard. You know, I think it's twofold. There's the dashboard about what's going on with our finances, period, right, for the agency. And then there's what's the dashboard of reporting to track. I'm your number one dashboard. If something is going awry, you're going to hear from me, either a phone call or an email or a text. We don't have the technology today that's going to give you a yellow light on any one thing, but I will definitely give you a yellow light, or even sometimes a gentle green light that it's green, but I might be going to yellow. So hopefully I provide you that assurance. And then, yeah, that was it. Thanks.
Hey, Forester Hirsch, would you mind reading to us the staff recommendation on this item?
Sure. I will do that. I think we can get it up there on the screen too and make sure I get it correct. You know, one last kind of all-encompassing statement here. You know, I would characterize, in my view, certainly just observations, but to date, perhaps this MGO report, audit, or response may have felt to me a little bit more like it was a agency administration, fire division focus. And my engagement today, instead of just relying on Bill and Sabrina, is that I really have come to a quick conclusion that it is the agency's problem, and we have to do this together in terms of how we respond. So thanks. And the recommendation here is slightly modified. I needed some plain language, but if we need to go back to the language that was in the staff report, that's fine. But staff, we recommend that the board adopt the modified board administrative work plan. And secondly, that the board accept and support the implementation plan version 1. There's sub bullets there, just giving you a little more detail on what technically, mechanically does it mean.
All right, thank you. Hillary, do we have any public, anyone signed up for public comment on this issue?
Chair Kelly, no, we do not have anyone signed up.
Okay. We can have some further discussion, and then I will ask for a motion, but I'll explain exactly what that is. Go ahead first.
Thanks, Jim. Brenda McComb for the record. So adopting the modified board administrative work plan, that's this, right? Yep. So I guess what I'm not seeing here is sort of an adaptive management approach to this. So we get our reports regularly, which is great. But if there are issues in those reports, that means that we need to go back and rethink what we're implementing. That's the part I'm not seeing. Is that, but is it implicit in this?
Chair Kelly, members of the board, absolutely. Probably the piece in here where I see it is one of the things I think Jim said, that it's going to be an iterative process. But we also note here that around the implementation plan, this is version 1. And so as we learn and adapt, then we can make this as real time as you want available to track, and or if anything significant, as we've discussed earlier here, we would come back to the board and make you fully aware and have some discussion around it.
Yes.
I think what this is saying is we are adopting and accepting the minimum recommendations of the MGO report. If we move forward and continue to improve beyond those recommendations, those would be, those add-ons you will keep the board apprised on.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Hirsch, certainly that's something we fully intend to do, the MGO regardless if we check off all the MGO boxes, and we're still continuing this effort. We still will engage with the board. The first recommendation of adopting the modified board administrative work plan, that actually puts this effort in front of the board. And so what we've proposed as far as the potential or the outline modification as it stands is you'll see a dashboard every month through the mechanism I described of the monthly administrative finance report. But we propose every other board meeting to actually come in front of you so we can have similar discussions as work evolves and talk about some of the risks that you may or may not be seeing in the dashboard view, and further elaboration on the versioning of the implementation management plan.
Okay, sounds like you're not going away and we're not going away.
Not anytime soon.
Okay, what we're being asked to approve here is the integration of MGO's recommendations as a new issue within the board's 2020 and 2022 administrative work plan in attachment 2, with milestones to include regular status updates and iterative approval of the department's MGO implementation plan. Also, to approve the Department of Forestry's MGO implementation plan version 1, attachment 3. And if there's further discussion or if someone is ready to make a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion to approve as stated.
Great. And is there a second?
A second.
Okay, with that, we will do a roll call. Make sure you're unmuted. Carla Chambers.
Aye.
Ben Dumling.
Aye.
Chandra Ferrari.
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
And myself, Jim Kelly, is an aye. And with that, the board has reached consensus and the motion carries. Okay, we are right on time. This is amazing. Yes.
I just, so thanks, and I'm glad everything passed unanimously. But I just want to clarify, I think what Carla described as changes going forward is different from what I was thinking about. And I think it is captured in the word iterative in what you said, Jim. But I just want to be clear that the staff and the board regularly meet to discuss whether or not there needs to be changes to the implementation plan going forward.
That Chair Kelly, members of the board, understood, Brenda. I do believe that your request is captured in the motion that just passed, and the proposed work plan or the approved work plan of seeing this in front of the board will provide that, as well as certainly the off-band communications of what you're seeing monthly in the report and during the pre-board process. So there's a lot of avenues for those further discussions.
Thank you, Bill.
Okay, well, I for one am hungry. So before we break for lunch, I just wanted to thank public, staff, and agency partners for participating this morning. Great discussion. Let's be ready to be back at 12:55. Thank you all. Thank you, everybody.
for those who have joined us during this lunch break. If you can go ahead and quickly engage your video and unmute yourself for a quick video and mic check. Hello. So I see Joe.
Hello, can you hear me
Hello?
okay?
Loud and clear.
Perfect.
Kim.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kim. This is Hillary Olivos-Rude, the Board Administrator. Nice to see you again.
Nice to hear you.
And Jay Walters and Brooke Burgess, if you guys could do a quick little.
Hey, everyone.
Afternoon.
Hello.
Hi, Jay. Can you just talk a little bit more?
Yes, how you doing, Hillary?
Great. How are you?
Great.
Wonderful. Thank you. So, and looks like we have another. Great. So everyone, I've done a video mic check. You're more than welcome to disengage in video and mute yourself until it's your time for your item. Welcome, Deb. If you could do a quick video mic check.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Check, check, check. Good afternoon.
All right. Wonderful. We'll see you here in a little.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Is this Paul?
Yes, hello.
Hello, Paul. This is Hillary.
Hi, Hillary.
So we just want to do a quick video and mic check. So you're more than welcome to disengage your video and mute yourself until it's time for your item. Hi, I believe Mr. Sweet, are you? And also joined us is Troy. If you could do a quick video and mic check, Troy or Mr. Sweet.
Hi, it's programming with ICF. Hi, Hillary.
Hi, Troy. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And Mr. Sweet, I can see you. Unfortunately, I cannot hear you. Could you unmute yourself? I'm gonna send you a prompt here. One moment.
All right, thank you. You got it, thanks. See you there. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner Sweet. This is Hillary Olivos-Rude, the Board Administrator, just doing a quick video and mic check. Can you hear us loud and clear? Commissioner Sweet, this is Hillary Olivos-Rude, the Board Administrator, just doing a quick video and mic check. Can you hear us loud and clear? Good afternoon, Commissioner Yamamoto. This is Hillary Lebuster, the Board Administrator. Just doing a quick video and mic check with you.
Sorry, I do have some problems occasionally with my audio. Can you hear me okay?
We can, loud and clear. If at any point, if you're not familiar with the great opportunity, but there's an audio option that you can allow you to switch to phone audio if you need
Okay,
to.
yes.
Um,
I've had to do that before, but I'm hoping my audio is going to work okay.
Okay, wonderful. And Commissioner Sweet, welcome as well. I see you. I just didn't do a quick video or mic check, so just hold on with us for a few minutes until we get the board back in, and we'll be ready for item 6 here in a little bit.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID, followed by pound. Enter your participant ID, followed by pound. Otherwise, just press pound. You are in the meeting now. There are 16 participants in the meeting. This meeting is recorded. You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Is what first? Yeah. Yeah, oh, I went and double checked that, that was, yes. Okay, are we ready? Wait till- Welcome back to the Board of Forestry virtual meeting room. A reminder for members of the public that if you would like to submit written testimony for information and decision items presented at this meeting, to send in your comments by June 23rd so they can be included with the meeting record. Our next topic is Senate Bill 1602 implementation update. And Mr. Barnard, you're going to lead off, if I'm correct.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Hirsch. My name is Josh Bernard, and I'm serving as the project lead for the department's implementation of Senate Bill 1602. For today's update, I've asked several of the project team members to join me virtually. I'm going to kick it off and then turn it over to staff to cover the new requirements of Senate Bill 1602, e-notification development, interagency coordination, and training and outreach. At the end, I'll be happy to answer questions. Next slide, Jason. In February 2020, forest industry and environmental interest representatives announced an agreement through a memorandum of understanding. In June 2020, the Oregon legislature held a special session. During that session, the memorandum was put into law via Senate Bill 1602. It passed both chambers with broad support. The governor signed the bill into law on July 7th, 2020. So the bill contained about 8 pages of new statutory text. It did not strike out any previous statutes or rules, meaning that all the requirements are in addition to the current Forest Practices Act. The law is very prescriptive for statute. For example, it sets requirements such as notifying by 7 p.m. for helicopter spray operations planned for the next day. Here's an overview of what the Senate Bill 1602 does. The law increases helicopter spray buffers around homes, schools, water intakes, and some streams for helicopter spraying pesticides. It expanded salmon, steelhead, and bull trout rules in the Siskiyou region, and it establishes helicopter pesticide spray communication requirements. It establishes new interagency coordination with Water Resources Department, and it sets forth mediated discussions facilitated by the Governor's Office for improving the Forest Practices Act. Some of these requirements are already in place, and some will be in place in the near future. When Senate Bill 1602 became law, it was not on the department's work plan. To meet the workload and short timelines required by 1602, the agency assigned a project team to focus on this work and meet the needs of this change in core business. The project team includes Salem and field staff. Many of the team members, including myself, have stepped out of their normal roles to focus on implementing Senate Bill 1602. As I noted in my introduction, I'm serving as the project leader. We have Nick Hinneman in public affairs, helping with communications. Joe Touchstone, who is serving as project manager and business analyst. Michael Lathrop, who is providing tech support. Paul Clements, who is covering training and outreach. Brooke Burgess is the lead on interagency coordination and will also be reviewing information submitted by individuals interested in registering for helicopter pesticide spray communications. Jay Walters on the policy and implementation front, and field staff from each of the areas in Oregon. Jana Peterson, Stewardship Forester from Eastern Oregon area. Ed Walmart, Unit Forester in Northwest Oregon area. And Jennifer Ward, Stewardship Forester in Southern Oregon area. The current focus of the team is on the e-notification development. The project team meets weekly with the vendor to ensure the system meets the law's requirements. The team clarifies needs and changes by the end of the week, and the vendor presents any revised prototypes the next week. The vendor gives the project team a test version once a month. This process allows for continuous feedback and fine-tuning and will continue until the project is done. This is a pretty significant lift for the department, and in particular, the project team members. With that note, I want to pause briefly and say thank you to the project team members. Without hesitation, they have dove into this work and are working every day to ensure we have a successful launch of the new requirements. And with that, I will now turn it over to Jay Walters.
Thanks, Josh. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Hirsch. I'm Jay Walters, Forest Practices Field Coordinator in the Private Forest Division, now serving on the Senate Bill 1602 implementation team. I'm going to review buffer requirements and a few related provisions of the Senate bill. First, for timber harvest buffers, Senate Bill 1602 extended existing rules for salmon, steelhead, and bull trout, SSBT, streams into the Siskiyou georegion effective January 1st of this year. These rules have been in effect elsewhere in Western Oregon since July of 2017. All the rule language and prescriptions available for the other West Side georegions are now in effect in the Siskiyou georegion. And this is the only part of the Senate bill that calls for rulemaking. As plans presently stand, the department does not plan to enter into rulemaking for any other element of the Senate bill. All right, next slide, please. So next we're going to watch a video on helicopter spray buffers produced by ODF for training purposes. This has been a really helpful tool for providing a consistent message to landowners, operators, and stewardship foresters across the state on the buffer requirements of the bill.
Hello, I'm Mike Odenthal with the Oregon Department of Agriculture. The Oregon Department of Agriculture is responsible for administering the Oregon Pesticide Control Act. This law, along with federal pesticide law, regulates all pesticide use, distribution, and formulation. And remember, pesticides include fungicides, insecticides, rodenticides, herbicides, and antimicrobials. This comprehensive group of laws regulates all pesticide use, including home and garden, farm and forest, and all the other uses. The labels on the pesticide containers explain how to use those products. Remember, the label is the law. People who follow the label instructions are following state and federal laws. The state of Oregon does have additional laws for proper use. The state licenses and offers annual training for professional pesticide applicators and training materials like this video. The goal is to help pesticide users understand the laws so they can use these products safely and responsibly. Pesticides are used every day all around us. People apply pesticide products using spray bottles, backpack sprayers, and sometimes aircraft. Forest managers will sometimes use pesticides to control weeds so their seedlings may flourish and grow into strong, healthy forests. Today, we're discussing rules for helicopter pesticide spray applications. These are typically done in recently harvested areas with newly planted trees. The Oregon Department of Agriculture works with the Oregon Department of Forestry to regulate this pesticide use and to protect our natural resources.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Ward with the Oregon Department of Forestry. My job is to administer Oregon's Forest Practices Act, which is intended to protect natural resources and provide for responsible logging and forest management. The forestry laws require landowners to successfully plant new forests after a harvest. Some landowners use helicopters to apply pesticides to control weeds so the trees can grow. As of January 1st, 2021, the forestry laws include new buffers around schools and streams. These laws apply to helicopter pesticide use, not fertilizer use. Helicopter pesticide applicators must not directly apply herbicides or other pesticides within 300 feet of a school's campus or an inhabited dwelling, like a home. School here means Head Start, private or public school for any K through 12 program, college or university, Oregon School for the Deaf, Oregon Youth Authority residential academies, and educational service districts. Within the greater of 75 feet, or the full width of the riparian management area, or RMA, of a F or D stream, within 50 feet of a type N stream where the surface water is present. The spray buffers are horizontal distances. Riparian management areas are measured in slope distances. Bottom line, the buffer distance is whichever is further from the water. Before spraying any pesticides, a notification of operations must be submitted to the Oregon Department of Forestry. The notification must include a map showing water resources. Now, let's take a closer look at each buffer requirement. First, let's look at a school adjacent to a newly planted forest. When treating the area, the pilot must leave a 300-foot buffer between the school's campus and the spray area. For inhabited dwellings like homes, and for qualifying water intake points, the pilot must also leave a 300-foot buffer. Qualifying water intake points are those recorded in the Oregon Department of Forestry's e-notification system. Forestry works closely with the Oregon Water Resources Department and the public to update the qualifying water intake points. Now let's take a look at the other ways the laws protect water quality. These laws require buffers along streams. There are 2 stream buffer distances. The setback distance from type F or fish bearing and type D or domestic use streams must be the greater distance of either 75 feet or the required vegetated buffer. The required vegetated buffer is sometimes called the riparian management area, or RMA. An RMA is an area along streams and other bodies of water where trees and shrubs must be retained and special management practices are required to protect water quality and fish and wildlife habitat. The second stream buffer distance is for type N streams, which do not have fish or domestic use. If surface water is present, pesticides may not be applied within 50 feet of the high water line of the type N stream. The last part of this law addresses interference with and memorializing the work. The law prohibits interference with these pesticide applications. If a person interferes with one of these operations, they can be fined up to $5,000. The law also allows for a person to video or photograph a helicopter application from a place where they have the right to be present, as long as it does not interfere. If you have any questions, please contact your local stewardship forester. Thank you for your interest in the Oregon Forest Practices Act.
Hello, my name is Ted, and I am with the Pesticide Analytical and Response Center. Did you know that no other state coordinates pesticide investigations like Oregon? The Pesticide Analytical and Response Center, or PARC, coordinates pesticide investigations with many different state agencies, including the Oregon Occupational Safety and Health Administration, the Oregon Department of Agriculture, and the Oregon Department of Forestry. If citizens have concerns that pesticide use has negatively impacted people, animals, or the environment, they may report these concerns 24 hours a day by dialing 211. Specialists at 211 Info will take your information and forward that information to PARC. And a PARC member agency will follow up with you within 1 business day. Thank you for your time.
Okay, as the video stated, type N streams, that is streams that are not fish bearing and do not have domestic use, receive a 50-foot buffer around surface water present at the time of the application. Conversely, type N streams that are dry at the time of the application receive no buffer protection under the Senate bill, but it's important to remember other requirements could come into play as well. Of course, the EPA label is the law, so it's always important to be aware of buffer requirements on the pesticide label. Also, some perennial type N streams require vegetation retention during harvest. This retained vegetation must be protected during helicopter applications of herbicides, even if the type N stream is dry during the application. The Senate bill gave new authority to PARC, the Pesticide Analytical and Response Center. PARC can now accept requests for daily spray records and GPS flight data from healthcare providers, state agencies, and law enforcement. When PARC receives one of these requests, PARC requests the records or data from the applicator, and the applicator must deliver those requested records within certain timeframes. There's a fine for failure to provide the records. It's $1,000 per failed request, and PARC will enforce that requirement. The PARC records request took effect on July 7th of 2020, the day the governor signed the bill. Also, the Senate bill piece forbidding interference with helicopter sprays was mentioned in the video. That also took effect on July 7th, 2020. Local law enforcement, likely a county sheriff, will enforce that piece. And lastly, the Senate bill will be written into statute this coming autumn. Now I'll turn the presentation over to Joe Touchstone.
Thanks, Jay. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Hirsch. I'm Joe Touchstone. I'm the project manager for the Senate Bill 1602 modifications to the e-notification system. Really, there are three major areas in which there are going to be changes to the e-notification system. The first is around the notifier. And Senate Bill 1602 has some pretty unique requirements within it to notify for these helicopter spray operations. Those are the 90-day application windows. Those are updating the activity to be pending by 7 p.m. the day before, and then also reporting whether the operation was complete or incomplete. So those are some of the major things around the notifier. Next, we have the registrant, which is new, and it's unique from the current subscribers that we have today. A registrant will register their qualified water intake or their qualified residence or dwelling. They'll submit information to ODF, and ODF will review that and approve it or request additional information. And then once that is registered, they have a 1 mile buffer around their residence or their surface water intake. And then the last area that's different for us is on the ODF side is we are now notifying registrants via text messages. And this is unique and this is new. And so that's one of the major changes within the system itself. Next slide, please. So the first thing that we've developed and we've tested, and it will be a bit of a change, is the dashboard when you log into your e-notification account. Today, the notifications and subscriptions are there, but then there's a third area under registrations. And if you have an e-notification account, you can do all three of these. You can notify, you can subscribe, and you can register. So all of those will be on the dashboard. Another change that is different from today is the My Helicopter Spray status. So with all of these changes and the requirements around the Senate Bill 1602, we've tried to incorporate some user experience and make it efficient and really kind of easy for notifiers to update their operations. And so putting this on the dashboard, and you can see where it says update my spray status on those two listed underneath those are because they're within that 90-day application window. And that's where the notifier will go in and let any registrants know that there's an operation happening the day before. Next slide. So then this is what that dashboard or what that notification looks like. This is where you will mark it as a pending event that's happening the next day. And then you'll also mark it as you've completed the spray operation, or if you didn't completely spray a unit, you can mark it as incomplete and then mark it as pending and let registrants know that you're going to spray it again if you need to. And this will be a page that you can easily update all of the units. So we often see these types of notifications have 15, 20 units on them. So you can select all of them or just select a few that you plan on spraying and then mark them as pending, and that will send out any alerts that happen. Next slide, please. This is where the 90-day application window is defined. So within the bill, it states that if there is a registrant within 1 mile, there is a 30-day waiting period before this 90-day application window can occur. If there is not a registrant, then it's a 15-day waiting period. So on this page, we've made it easy to identify, is there a unit with a registrant? And in the middle in the white, you can see where unit 1 has a registrant nearby. And so this 90-day window will not begin for at least 30 days from the point of where you are notifying. Next slide, please. We've also tried to make it easier for users to come in and add their chemical information on a single page. So today, activities, this information exists under each unit. Now we've put all of the units on a single page and made it easy to summarize and look at what is being notified, and then put the chemical information and any other details that are relevant to the units very easily across all of the units. Next page. We've also updated site conditions to incorporate schools and homes. And this is voluntary to let us know this, but it helps the stewardship forester know if you are aware of any schools or school campuses or any homes or dwellings that are within the 300 feet of where you're planning on to apply the pesticides. And the next slide. This is, I'm switching over to the registrant side of things. So if you have a residence or qualifying water intake, you will go to that registration tab from the first page and select you want to register. And so you have the two options, one being a qualifying residence, where you will provide us your contact information, which is name, address, and phone number, a physical address that you want to register, or we can also do tax lots if there isn't an actual physical address. So just provide us which county it is in and which tax lots or multiple tax lots you are looking to register. And then you have to provide proof of residency. Do you have rights for that residence? So that's either a lease agreement or driver's license showing that, or property tax records. And we've listed all of the documents that you can provide to us. The other side is where you have a qualifying water intake. And to qualify, it has to fit into what we've defined here, being lawns or gardens of a ½ acre or less, supplying buildings or domestic animals, supplying buildings for people to use or drink, livestock. And then again, you have to provide us the same information, contact information, the GPS coordinates for this. So this is a point, where is the water intake located? And then any documentation we have around permit, certificate, registration, limited license, or order of determination. You can, if you don't have that, and you can actually attest that your water intake qualifies if you provide us a reason why it is one of these uses, and then you don't have to provide actual documentation there. Next slide, please. And so this is to kind of highlight what as we're developing this and going along, one of the requirements of the bill is that we make the notification and the registration process mobile friendly. So working with Timmons, our developer, who is the original developer and continues to help us develop Ferns even to this day, they have, as we've developed all of these new functionalities in here, all of these are being mobile friendly. And we work with, as Josh said, we work with them on a weekly basis. Our team meets several times a week to define processes and definitions in here. And then we also have monthly stakeholder meetings that we show interested parties what we've done so far, and they provide feedback to us that allows us to continue our development. So all of these inputs and all of this feedback and all of this development is helping us look forward to a December 15th release of the system. And that will be the phase 1 part of it. So now I'm going to hand it over to Brooke Burgess.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Hirsch. I'm Brooke Burgess, and I'll be working directly with getting interested parties registered within the e-notification system to receive these communications. I'll start by expanding on the elements of the bill that cover ODF's enforcement piece for failing to notify and for failing to report in a timely manner and the associated civil penalties. Section 10 of the bill states that if the notifier fails to make the next day announcement or fails to notify the department in a timely manner of a complete or incomplete spray within 24 hours after completion of the spray, they will be subject to a penalty. For the first day, a warning will be issued. For the second day, there's a $1,000 fine. And for the third day on, the penalty is $5,000 a day. Next slide, please. Next, I'll go over the coordination efforts between ODF and the Oregon Water Resources Department to meet the data and the legislative reporting requirements of the bill. The bill requires ODF to record within the e-notification system any points of diversion that are already inventoried by Oregon Water Resources Department and that qualify for a spray buffer. GIS personnel from the Department of Forestry and Water Resources Department have completed working on refining this data set and will be using that for the launch of the new features within the e-notification system. The bill also requires that the department and Water Resources submit a joint report to the Legislative Assembly during the 2022 session. The report will include the number of points of diversion that have been recorded within the e-notification system, an estimate of how many points of diversion that qualify for a spray buffer remain to be inventoried, and also an estimate of the resources that Water Resources Department would need to identify the points, whether already inventoried or that remain to be inventoried. Monthly meetings with Water Resources Department began in January and will continue to move forward in building our newly formed working relationship. Looking to future meetings, we plan to start discussions on the legislative report and how we plan to share information as we move forward. Now I'll turn the presentation over to Paul Clements.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly and members of the board and State Forester Hirsch. I'm Paul Clements and I'm the Training and Compliance Coordinator for the Private Forest Division. I'm here to discuss the efforts to distribute the information about how Senate Bill 1602 will affect forest management practices in Oregon and with respect to the stream classifications and protection standards in the Siskiyou region and aerial applications of pesticide by helicopter. There are a variety of interests who need this information about changes in our process that were brought about by Senate Bill 1602. These included the ODF staff, our external stakeholders, operators, and the e-notification registrants who would receive information about pending operations near them. Putting this, let's go to the next slide. Also, we had to, the Senate Bill 1602 requires us to engage with other agencies as well. The Oregon Department of Agriculture, the Oregon Water Resources Department, as Brooke noted, and the Pesticide Analytic Response Center and local law enforcement agencies are party to the requirements of the bill in some form or fashion. Now, passage of the bill created a timely need for outreach. New stream classification and protection standards in the Siskiyou for salmon, steelhead, and bull trout streams went into effect on January 1st, as did type N protection for aerial spraying operations. And when stream classifications are changed, we are required by rule to notify adjacent landowners, and that effort was carried out in the Siskiyou region using postcards and electronic mails based on our notification records. Additionally, we focused trainings prior to the 2021 start, internally and with stakeholders using virtual means, just like we're meeting here today. And the information regarding the new protection standards for type N streams and distances from dwellings and schools was included in outreach through continuing education programs for pesticide applicators. Next slide, please. Now, looking ahead at this, we know that we're developing a new system. This is not something that we've done before. It's a new business model, and it's going to require new business practices. And we're going to continue to develop our training and outreach materials in a video format as an internet-based program for the next set of new standards that are going to take effect later this year. This outreach effort can be hosted on the agency website in a public-facing fashion so it can be available in an ongoing manner. And again, this is for one particular kind of forest operation, a very new set of administrative requirements and on-site practices. And so we're learning as we go, and we appreciate the input and support we've gotten from our coworkers and our stakeholders in moving along as we have. And I appreciate your time, and I'm going to go back now to Josh and let him finish the sound. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Paul. Thank you for your time this afternoon. You can see there are a lot of moving parts to Senate Bill 1602. And as Joe noted, the system will be fully operational on December 15th, and all the remaining requirements of Senate Bill 1602 will take effect on that date. And with that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Great presentation. Any questions from board members? Carla?
I have two questions. One at the very beginning, you said that this was negotiated between the forestry interests and the environmental interests. Were there any material deviations in this bill beyond what was negotiated is my first question. My second question, having been on the Ford Family Foundation, one of the things we understand in rural Oregon is how hit and miss our internet systems can be. So if someone in a rural remote area goes onto your system prior to 7 the night before and can't get onto this system, what is their backup plan for documenting should your system be down or their internet access be down? What's plan B?
Thank you. So regarding your question around the MOU versus what is currently in the bill today, I haven't done a direct comparison of what the changes were, but what's in Senate Bill 1602 is what's in law for us to implement. So that's what we're working towards. But even if you were just to go back and compare those, there's different terminology that appears in those bills, and I believe there are differences between the two. But the way that we've taken it is Senate Bill 1602 is the piece that we need to implement, but I haven't done a quantitative comparison of the two. So
just for educational purposes, I think it would be beneficial if we just understood what, if there was anything of material difference, it would be helpful for me to have that education.
Okay. Regarding the question around the 7 p.m. notification and what happens if systems go down, the way this is set up is it's all designed to be electronic communications. So somebody will need to be able to make that notice and able to operate the next day. So that does have to come in and hit the ODF system for the parties that might be interested in these communications to receive that information. So that's a requirement. To some extent, that backup systems will be on the landowner operator to do that. We've heard scenarios described of where they may need to call into a local office to submit that, depending on where they're at, or find a way to submit that. On our end, we're wanting to make sure that the system is robust enough and that they also get a confirmation of receipt, whether that goes to that individual or a designated email box that's for that particular entity. So. Yes.
Josh, this is actually a question for State Forester Hirsch. This bill was the result of collaboration and discussions between the timber industry and the environmental community, and resulted in a bill that you're now implementing, this is great. And I think that's definitely the way things should transpire here. But my question to you is, given that you have so long in association with this agency, what role should ODF and the board be playing in these discussions between the timber industry and the environmental community?
Chair Kelly, members of the board, Brenda, it's kind of that could be a pretty broad spectrum question. I'm feeling, but I think you're kind of specific to forest practices. If I can, okay.
Yeah.
You know, in a lot of my past experience with the agency, my experience or observations were a lot of times the board was really leading and facilitating those conversations. Really, I'd characterize through the board processes and or focused efforts to engage those in very specific engagement processes. I've in the very near term here, I feel like what I've observed or what I've heard relative to the private forest accord is that there's perhaps been somewhat of a pause or relative to maybe those policy discussions. I don't know if that's accurate or not, because I haven't been tracking that as much because of the amount of engagement going on through that process. But I do think that basically for the board in terms of the statutory role over all forest policy in Oregon, that this board has a critical role in that.
Thank you. I agree. How do you see us going forward and having that role? I mean, I'm sort of stuck with what next.
In all fairness, Chair Kelly, members of the board, I probably need to think about that a little more. My sense has been in just the brief conversations amongst the executive team would be that, in fact, Kyle Abraham is probably nearby here. I'm going to be catching up in more detail with him next week. I think to better be able to characterize what I might know through that conversation, it's probably best that I just follow up on that with you. I did want to circle back on because I am new into the system here again. Josh, you were speaking to obviously the language, the bill that was passed, and that's what we're following. But I kind of missed the language or question maybe that Carla had, where it sounded like there was maybe some negotiation coalition that she was referring to, where there may have been a difference between that conversation and what went into law. And I'm just trying to figure out what that was.
Sure. As I understood the question is in February 2020, the actual MOU between the conservation and timber interests was drafted. And they had intended for that to go through the short session in February. And since for a multitude of reasons that didn't happen, and then the special session was held, and that's when Senate Bill 1602 was put into law. So the question was, as I understood it, was what were the discrepancies between what was in the original MOU signed and Senate Bill 1602 when it was signed into law?
Perfect. Okay. So I think that was a really good question for the board relative to that adaptation and those interests come from a lot of different places. And so while this is progress and a clear evidence of adaptation, right? To forest practices and or the notification system. These things usually just don't go away. So I think that other, that other backdrop, whatever it was at that point, if you don't have, we can get you that. And looks like Kyle Abraham has joined us. I don't know that I need to put you on the spot, but rather Brenda has invited a question to us for how we might help and work together with the board to perhaps have them leading on that forest policy, forest practices policy front in the future, given perhaps in my own plain language, it's perhaps a little quiet right now, given all that's happening under the private forest accord.
Yeah, Chair Kelly, board members, State Forester Hirsch. So I did hear the question. The agencies, state agencies, ODF, DEQ, ODF&W, and the federal agencies have been part of the private forest accord and working with the negotiating team, both the landowners and the conservation side, on some of the questions that have been raised. And so we have provided input into that process. We've thought a lot about our practices here at ODF and provided input, as well as the other agencies have as well. So we are engaged in a participant role there. And in terms of the board, I don't really know if I can answer that question given the constraints that we have in that process today. But we have been actively engaged.
Thank you.
I would just comment too, all of this, that possible accord could be so important and impactful that I think it's appropriate. We've got plenty on our plates to be a little bit patient and also focus not on doing anything that in any way in the short term would endanger the possibility of that accord. And that's just my personal view of the circumstances and the timeline. And not to take anything away from the importance of our oversight of the Forest Practices Act, or to say that I am comfortable with the status quo. I just think that's the right approach for right now for us.
Yeah, I'd agree. If it's not broke, don't fix it. But on the other hand, the board votes on policy. And so I'm just wondering whether they're not to interfere, but at least to be engaged enough to be knowledgeable when things come forward to a vote.
I wasn't making a statement around whether it was fixed or not. That's another discussion. I hear what you're saying. It's just I do believe that we have the potential for a historic accord, and I believe, Kyle, correct me if I'm wrong, that we should really kind of know where we're at by first of next year. Correct?
That's correct, Chair Kelly.
Yeah, Chandra Frey for the record. I think that was what I was going to try to get to, because I agree with both of you in getting the conversation some space. And what we want to hear, I think, is that those conversations are productive and they're likely to, lead somewhere. And I know you have confidentiality issues, but to the extent that there are some level of updates that we could get at some point, or have an understanding of the scope of the conversations or something, maybe that's just something to take back to the group, but when there are appropriate intervals to let the board know how it's going. Again, I understand there's a confidentiality issue, but but I have another question. Is it okay if
They all are sworn to silence, and it's been very hard to pierce the wall of silence.
Appropriately so. I'm not trying to pierce anything inappropriately, but to the extent that that is a conversation piece at some point, maybe there are appropriate check-in points around progress and scope at some point.
If I might add, Chair Kelly, board members Ferrari, there was an update yesterday in the legislature around the 1602 process, particularly around the accord. And so if you guys don't have that link, we can certainly share it with you. Both of the parties, I think, spent about 45 minutes to an hour with the legislature on their update. So it could be very timely for this discussion as well.
Thank you. I have one more or two more questions, if that's okay, real quick. Just as it relates to the 1602 group, is that negotiating group, or at least a subset of that group, part of the monthly stakeholder group that you meet with on the implementation efforts?
Great question. There, to my knowledge, there's no direct representatives. However, there have been connections made for some of the folks that we are working with in our stakeholder group, and not to my knowledge, anyone directly from the private accord mediations.
Okay, but you have representatives on that group from the different stakeholder interests? Is that?
Yep, different stakeholder interests, different companies that have affiliation associated with the accord. So.
Okay. And then just a real quick question to make sure I understood this. As it relates to the qualifying water intakes, were you saying that you're coordinating with OWRD to get, their most updated list of the, folks who qualify for the definition, and then you're automatically putting them into the system such that they would get the notifications, or do they still need to take the extra step of registering?
Yes, great question. There's two ways information gets into the system. The bill does direct us to work with OWRD to bring in a subset of their data. There's qualifiers in the bill for that. And then also somebody can sign up on their own if they come through as a registrant. And there may be duplicative information there, but that's either way the points can get into the system for protection.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this presentation. We're slightly over time, so we will move on directly to the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee presentation. And I believe we have virtual Commissioner Yamamoto available to us. Welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair Kelly. I do appreciate that. I am hoping that we could start with Coos County Commissioner John Sweet.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
There we are. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very good. Chair Kelly, Acting State Forester Hirsch, members of the Board of Forestry. I am John Sweet, Coos County Commissioner and co-chair of the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties and Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee. I'll be brief today. Commissioner Yamamoto has nicely laid out our concerns about the currently proposed HCP, and we'll be discussing the benefits of an alternative HCP suggested by the counties. We have amply discussed the adverse impacts to rural economies and families when forest lands are taken out of the harvest space, so I'll not get into that today as well. But we are seeing another consequence of curtailing timber harvest that has not been fully discussed, and that is housing affordability. It is a widely recognized problem impacting rural and urban families alike. In recent years, U.S. housing starts have been far below normal, and the supply of timber and lumber and plywood has been adequate. But early this year, housing starts rose to the 1.5 million starts a year that it normally takes to keep us up with population growth and attrition of old homes. This has caused, just reaching this level, has driven lumber and plywood prices to record highs, up 3 to 4 times what they were just over a year ago, and resulting in increased costs to a normal home of about $36,000. In my view, supply of lumber and plywood is currently limited by sawmill and plywood capacity. Log supply is adequate, largely because of salvage logging of last year's fire-killed timber. But once salvage logging is complete, what happens then? With a harvest base reduced by governmental restrictions, as well as recent fires, I suspect raw material availability may further restrict lumber and plywood production and drive housing costs even higher. So this leaves us with the question about the wisdom of an HCP that would take over half of the trust lands out of production. And it seems certain to further contribute to housing affordability. So I would hope that we would take matters like this into consideration as we move forward with a management plan for our county forest trust lands. Thank you for your time.
So, Chair Kelly, Acting State Forester Hirsch, members of the Board of Forestry, thank you for this opportunity to address you this afternoon. For the record, I am Tillamook County Commissioner David Yamamoto, Chair of both the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties and Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee. I would like to extend a special welcome to the Board of Forestry's newest members, Carla Chambers, Ben Dumling, and Chandra Ferrari, as well as to Acting State Forester Nancy Hirsch. I look forward to a close working relationship with all of you as we move forward in discussing matters critical to the Forest Trust Land Counties. It was my hope, especially considering that we have 3 new members to the Board of Forestry, that I might spend some time exploring a brief history of how, since 1936, the Oregon Board of Forestry has acquired by deed roughly 654,000 acres of county forest land to be managed by the Oregon Department of Forestry as state forests under Oregon Revised Statute 530. Unfortunately, due to the time constraints and other pressing issues, I am not able to speak to this issue today, although I hope to be able to address this topic in detail at some future date. The Oregon Department of Forestry has developed a draft habitat conservation plan for 638,000 acres of forest lands managed by ODF. This draft habitat conservation plan proposes a set of conservation strategies designed to maintain and enhance habitat for 9 species of fish and 7 terrestrial species, some of which are listed as threatened under the Federal Endangered Species Act. As proposed, this habitat conservation plan would result in a 70-year agreement with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services and NOAA Fisheries, under which ODF would not be prosecuted for incidental take of listed species. This draft habitat conservation plan would establish roughly 275,000 acres of habitat conservation areas and an additional 77,000 acres of riparian conservation areas, leaving only about 291,000 acres left for sustainable timber harvest. As proposed, this draft habitat conservation plan would result in a number of unfavorable outcomes, including, number 1, timber harvest would drop over time from the current 260 million board feet to roughly 205 million board feet annually. 2, ODF projects its own annual share of harvest revenues will fall short of its budget by $12 million per year in the short run, and that deficit will climb to $25 million per year in the long term. And third, annual revenues shared with trust counties and our taxing districts will fall from about $55 million per year to roughly $42 million per year, putting additional financial pressure on current levels of county services. In addition, this draft habitat conservation plan did not estimate impacts on employment or wages lost in communities. We expect the harvest reductions would affect roughly 500 family wage, fully benefited jobs in the timber industry, at least 150 family wage, fully benefited jobs in the trust counties, as well as a significant number of family wage, fully benefited jobs at ODF. This draft habitat conservation plan measures conservation outcomes in terms of the number of acres of suitable habitat and appears to assume that providing suitable habitat alone will increase northern spotted owl numbers. This thinking follows along the strategies developed in the Northwest Forest Plan from 1994, which the federal government originally drafted with the intent of protecting critical habitat for the northern spotted owl, again reasoning that protecting habitat would save the northern spotted owl. Today, some 28 years after implementation, on almost 25 million acres of federal timberlands in the Pacific Northwest, northern spotted owl populations continue to decline at rates as high as negative 6.1% per year in the Coast Range. The implicit assumption is that suitable habitat is the primary factor affecting populations. The current consensus of biologists, however, is that competition and predation from the barred owl has larger impact on northern spotted owl population trends than habitat conditions. And without control of barred owl populations, the northern spotted owl population will continue to decline, regardless of habitat. The Council of Forest Trust Land Counties has submitted our own 3 goals alternative, a 19-page HCP alternative to be considered as an addition to the 1,000-page ODF draft habitat conservation plan as it wends its way through the federal NEPA process. Our 3 goals alternative proposes no changes to the riparian conservation areas and only very minor changes to the habitat conservation areas. Our 3 goals alternative will improve the financial, economic, and conservation outcomes by making a commitment to immediate and long-term control of barred owls in northern spotted owl core areas, increasing financial returns to trust counties and our taxing districts, while providing continued levels of employment and at the same time maintaining the financial viability of ODF. Under the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties 3 goals alternative, initial barred owl control efforts will reduce the barred owl occupancy rate by 14%, which would improve the current northern spotted owl population rate of change from a minus 6.1% per year to as much as a positive 3.3% per year. By reducing the barred owl population by 32%, could allow northern spotted owl populations to recover at rates up to a positive 10% per year. Recent studies point to the fact that without predator control, the northern spotted owl will go extinct, no matter the number of acres put into habitat conservation areas, and yet with predator control, we can save the northern spotted owl from extinction. It is important for me to note here that our 3 goals alternative also addresses another species, the marbled murrelet. But in order to try to stay within our allotted 15-minute allocation, I must withhold these comments at this time. Keeping this predator control scenario in mind, we find that we can decrease the proposed 275,000 acre habitat conservation area by up to 100,000 acres for continuing sustainable harvest and still meet and improve outcomes for listed species, while at the same time improving financial, social, and economic outcomes for the trust counties and their special districts, while also improving the financial strength of ODF and the state of Oregon. Even though we have named our habitat conservation plan the 3 goals alternative, I like to refer to it as a win-win-win-win-win scenario. Win number 1, using ODF's own business case analysis provided by ODF to the Board of Forestry and Trust Counties in 2018. acres available for harvest would increase from 51% to 63% of state forest lands, which increases timber revenue to support trust counties and their taxing districts to provide economic and social benefits to trust county residents. Win number 2, ODF's Habitat Conservation Plan makes no mention of lost jobs due to reduced harvest levels. Our 3 goals alternative will assure family wage fully benefited jobs necessary to the well-being of our rural trust counties. Win number 3, every dollar of lost timber revenue also affects ODF's budget, already predicting an annual budget shortfall, again, of $12 million in the short term and $25 million annually in the long term. ODF has made several attempts over the years to convince the legislature to provide additional funding for the department using general fund dollars, each time being denied. Increased harvests will better position ODF to continue to do the important work of forest management. Win number 4, every dollar of reduced timber revenue forces the state to increase dollars going into the school equalization fund, since timber revenue taken away from timber-reliant school districts in the trust counties will need to be replaced by the state general fund. Win number 5, our 3 goals alternative is the only plan currently being considered that can actually save the northern spotted owl from extinction. I very much appreciate this time to quickly explain the goals and objectives of the Council of Forest Trust Lands County's 3 goals alternative. Our 3 goals alternative proposes increased measures to control for predators and improve existing habitat, while also decreasing the amount of habitat set-asides to leave enough harvestable acres available to improve financial outcomes for the trust counties as well as ODF. To ensure our proposal produces desired conservation outcomes, it would focus on actual population numbers, not just habitat acres, as the sole metric of success. The Trust County's proposal is a sensible and balanced path forward and would improve both conservation and financial results for all Oregonians. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen, and be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Commissioner Yamamoto and Commissioner Sweet, and thank you for almost keeping it within 15 minutes. And we appreciate it, but we are behind a little bit. So is anybody got burning questions?
Thank you for your presentation. I wonder if anyone has done an analysis on the rural economic impact. I see your numbers on job loss projected, but if we add a multiplier to that, is there any economic analysis that's in the works looking at the overall total economic impact to rural economies in Oregon?
Thank you, Chair Kelly, members of the Board of Forestry. We have done quite a few different economic analysis. We utilize Mark Rasmussen of Mason, Bruce, and Gerard as our consultant, and we look at these numbers all the time. I would be more than happy to put together a presentation of the numbers, especially as it might apply to the proposed HCP, and bring those to you.
Okay, with that, thank you again, commissioners, and it is time to move to the next item on our agenda, which is a presentation and our lead on the HCP and Forest Management Plan for State Lands, and we are joined as our lead presenter by Liz Dent, State Forest Division Chief.
All right, well, the slideshow is coming up. Maybe I'll just get started in the interest of time. So good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Hirsch, members of the board. For the record, my name is Liz Dent, and I serve as the State Forest Division Chief. Today, we're going to provide you with an update on the Western Oregon State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan and the work that we have begun on the Companion Forest Management Plan. Should you choose to adopt the Habitat Conservation Plan in 2023, the HCP strategies would be incorporated into the Forest Management Plan, which would then become the governing policy for managing these state forests west of the Cascades. So just a little setting there. Joining me today is quite a team, so grateful to have everybody here. Mike Wilson is our State Forest Policy Deputy Division Chief. Nick Palazzotto is our State Forest Wildlife Biologist. Cindy Kolomachek, State Forest Project Lead for the Habitat Conservation Plan. Sarah Lathrop is our Project Lead for the Forest Management Plan. So those are our ODF folks. Also joining us today are Kim Kratz, the Assistant Regional Administrator for NOAA Fisheries, our lead agency for the NEPA process, and our consultants, Troy Ramig and Deb Bartley with ICF. And you've been familiar with Troy over the past couple of years in the work that he's been doing for us on the HCP. We're really grateful to have these guests with us today as they can assist with the NEPA update and any questions you might have on that front. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the Indigenous people as the original stewards of these lands since time immemorial. We seek to honor their traditional relationships with these lands by engaging the tribes in the development of our forest management plans so that their relationships may endure. We continue to work to growing our relationships with the tribes, and we're meeting directly with tribal staff to further understand how best we can reflect and incorporate their interests in how we manage these forests. Next slide, please. The RHCP discussion will focus on the elements of the Habitat Conservation Plan that have been refined since the board unanimously voted to move the HCP forward into the NEPA process and to complete the NEPA process. That was last October. So some work's been done since then. Examples include more detail on the Conservation Fund, monitoring and adaptive management, as well as forest management objectives inside and outside habitat conservation areas. You'll hear we often refer to those as HCAs. Kim Kratz with NOAA Fisheries and Deb Bartley will then provide an update on the NEPA process, and we will close with the Forest Management Plan update, providing you with the scope of work, explaining our planning structure and timeline, and how we plan to engage the Board of Forestry, the public, the stakeholders, and the county commissioners, FTLAC being our primary forum to do that. And of course, who you've just heard from. I would also take this moment to let folks know that the administrative draft of the Habitat Conservation Plan, the NEPA process, and the Forest Management Plan work are all available on our ODF website. I think we will provide that towards the end of the presentation. So with that, I'll hand it over to Mike.
Thank you, Liz. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Hirsch, members of the board. For the record, my name is Michael Wilson, and I serve as the Acting Policy Deputy Division Chief for State Forest. As Liz mentioned, we'll be going over several updates today at a higher level. The updates to the HCP so far involve clarifying language, some removal of inconsistencies across chapters, updated information that has changed since October of 2020, more definition on the covered activities, updated acreages to reflect revised species habitat suitability modeling indices, and more detail on the management of HCAs, retention standards outside HCAs, and monitoring and adaptive management, as well as updated costs to reflect changes in the updated monitoring and adaptive management strategies. I'll begin the update on the HCP with the Conservation Fund, which is designed to support conservation projects for the covered species. The Conservation Fund will be funded at a rate of $5 per 1,000 board feet harvested. This funding comes solely from ODF's share of the revenue from timber harvest as a dedicated earmark for conservation projects. This will maintain a funding source that is commensurate with harvest, but also has the flexibility to be applied across the permit area in accordance with conservation priorities. And this will provide insulation against swings in the timber market and allow projects to be conducted at a regular pace. It is estimated that the fund will have average annual expenditures of $325,000 for aquatic projects and $250,000 for terrestrial projects, with the remainder being available to either category as needed over time. These funds will be used to pay for projects that might not otherwise be accomplished due to a lack of operational funding mechanism. For example, fish passage upgrades along haul routes associated with timber sales outside of HCAs will continue to be addressed as part of our normal project work for timber sales. Activities such as large aquatic restoration projects or decommissioning of legacy roads that are not necessarily tied to a timber sale would be eligible for conservation fund monies. Likewise, young stand management activities within HCAs designed to promote diversity of habitat would also be eligible. During the first 20 years of the HCP, a considerable amount will be spent on barred owl control measures in conjunction with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and other federal and private partners. Expenditures will be tracked and reported to ensure that funds are being spent on appropriate projects. Monitoring and adaptive management will focus on tracking progress toward the biological goals and objectives for the covered species, determining the success of conservation actions, and documenting the response of covered species to habitat enhancement activities. Consistent with reporting of these results will allow informed adaptive management and adjustments to specific activities over the permit term. Aquatic and riparian monitoring will focus on key habitat attributes for aquatic species. ODF will partner with ODFW to expand their aquatic inventory program across the permit area to track key habitat components such as in-stream wood recruitment, habitat structures such as pools and off-channel areas, stream temperature, and fine sediment and riffles. More targeted sediment monitoring will be conducted in conjunction with specific projects such as stream crossings, utilizing methods such as before-after control impact studies. Terrestrial monitoring will focus on overall trends in habitat quality and quantity over time, primarily in conjunction with forest inventory updates and harvest activities. Specific effectiveness monitoring will be conducted to document the efficacy of silvicultural activities intended to enhance habitat. Species monitoring will be used to document the overall response of species to the conservation actions for both passive and active management. Annual reporting will focus on compliance with HCP strategies, including reporting on covered activities such as the harvest of suitable habitat outside of HCAs and number of stream crossings. They will document results of species habitat surveys, as well as accounting for conservation fund expenditures. 5-year midpoint check-ins will be used to report habitat trends, as well as a summary of all annual reporting items to allow for any corrections necessary to meet implementation goals for a specific 10-year period. Finally, a 10-year comprehensive review will be used to assess the overall implementation. This will allow a basis for setting objectives for the next implementation cycle, allow for interpretation of monitoring results, and provide the opportunity to adjust operational policies and programs to further optimize implementation of the conservation actions. Adaptive management will be used at all levels within the HCP to address policy and operational concerns. Monitoring will provide informational basis for making these adjustments based on specific triggers. While adaptive management can be applied at any point during the permit term, the most formal analysis and consideration will be during the 10-year comprehensive review. Adaptation to large-scale environmental changes, such as climate change, will be conducted in conjunction with state and federal efforts. That's a high-level overview of some of the most important changes in those respects. And now I'm going to turn it over to Nick Palizzotto, our staff wildlife biologist, to go over the actual management, to give you a summary of the management actions.
Thanks, Mike. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Hirsch, members of the board. For the record, my name is Nick Palazzotto, and I serve as the State Forest Wildlife Biologist. The habitat conservation areas are the primary strategy we are using to achieve the biological goals and objectives for the covered species, which are, as a reminder, are to support the persistence of the species in the permit area by conserving, maintaining, and enhancing habitat. And this last objective, to enhance habitat, is where the management actions that I'll review today come into play. So the next slide, please. So the HCAs comprise approximately 275,000 acres, or 43% of the permit area, or about 36% if we exclude the riparian conservation areas therein. And the size and proportion of HCAs varies by planning area, district, and county based on ownership and landscape context, species distribution and occurrence data, existing habitat, and other factors. At the permit area level, about a third of the acres in HCAs are in known occupied sites of the covered species or other high quality habitat, and no timber harvest is proposed in these areas. Another third of the acres are either on marginal or poor production ground that's difficult or expensive to manage, or in inner gorges and riparian conservation areas. We're not proposing harvest in these areas either. The management activities would occur on the remaining acres, which are just under a third of the total acres in the HCAs. Next slide, please. And while passive management will play an important role in conserving and maintaining habitat, the HCP will also use active management within the HCAs to help enhance habitat and landscape function for the covered species. The driver for management activities in HCAs will be to increase the quantity and quality of habitat over the permit term. And the pace and scale of activities are designed to minimize short-term negative effects while still achieving that long-term habitat objective. And so most management activities will occur in lower quality or non-habitat stands. There'll be less activity in higher quality habitat, and no management will occur in occupied habitat. Next slide, please. Management activities in HCAs will follow ecological or principles of ecological forestry, such as emulating small-scale natural disturbances and protecting important biological legacies for wildlife habitat. Efforts would focus on areas where management can improve habitat development and long-term conditions. Thus, activities will occur primarily in younger stands and dense stands with simple structure, and with additional focus on conifer restoration in alder-dominated stands and areas with moderate to severe Swiss needlecast infestations. And variable density thinning will be the primary prescription in healthy conifer stands, but we're keeping a full suite of silvicultural tools available for density management to address a variety of stand conditions. Variable retention harvest will be used to treat stands that have limited capacity to develop into habitat over the permit term. This includes stands that are infected with Swiss needlecast and hardwood stands that have little or no conifer component. And reforestation and retention harvest units in heavily thinned areas would focus on creating complex early seral conditions that will develop towards high quality habitat for covered species over the permit term. These areas will be planted with diverse tree species appropriate to the area at limited or at lower densities rather, and with limited site preparation. Next slide, please. And so we're proposing management activities on 75,000 acres within the habitat conservation areas. And this would occur primarily within the first 30 years of the permit term so that the habitat gains can be realized over the full 70-year term. This translates to approximately 2,500 acres per year over those first 30 years. And we've subdivided those acres by stand types, and we're proposing to manage about 45,000 acres of healthy conifer stands, or 16% of the HCAs, an additional 15,000 acres of Swiss needlecast stands and 15,000 acres of hardwood dominated stands. And again, that would occur mostly within those first 30 years. Next slide. There are some additional actions outside of the HCAs to support the goals and objectives for the covered species. Leave tree strategies for snags, downed wood, and trees in harvest units outside of the HCAs are similar to current FMP standards, with emphasis on large trees and other habitat attributes important to the covered species. Standards apply to the areas outside of the riparian conservation areas in each harvest unit, and the legacy structures are then retained through harvest rotations. Thus, the leave tree strategy is also intended to ensure continued recruitment of large snags and downed wood through time. There are several species-specific actions outside the HCAs, including measures to protect known nest and den trees, provide dispersal habitat for spotted owls, and protect Oregon slender salamander habitat. And it's also worth noting that the riparian conservation areas outside of the HCAs also contribute to habitat for the covered species. So that's a very brief overview of management actions for covered species. And now I'll pass it to Cindy, who will discuss timelines.
Thank you, Nick. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Hirsch, members of the board. My name is Cindy Kolomachuk for the record, and I am the project manager for the Western Oregon State Forest HCP. Now I'm going to provide you with a really brief overview of the timeline for the NOAA NEPA process, as well as the HCP. And then Kim Kratz and Deb Bartley will provide more information on that. So I'll just turn your attention to the top line here, which describes the HCP in dark blue. And you'll notice that there's not a whole lot of movement on the HCP in 2021. And that is really because the first administrative draft HCP is the proposed action that is going to be evaluated during the NEPA process. So any significant changes to the HCP would be the result of action that happens within the NEPA process. Given that, I'm going to go ahead and focus on the NEPA process, which is in light blue here. So you'll notice also that there are three primary components to NEPA. The first is the public scoping period. That happened in March and April of this year. And that is followed by a draft environmental impact statement. The draft environmental impact statement is an analysis that compares the proposed action, which is our draft HCP, with the alternatives that were developed during the public scoping process. Once that is complete, ODF will provide a public draft and submit that to the federal services. So that's NOAA Fisheries and the Fish and Wildlife Service. We will also then submit our incidental take permit applications to both services. At that time, a 45-day open window of public comment comes through. And that's the biggest kind of public comment period for the NEPA process. The public can comment both on the EIS, the draft EIS, as well as the draft HCP. The next step, once we have addressed all of the comments and considered them, and that's a requirement through NEPA, we will then work with the services to complete the final environmental impact statement. And then the very last step here on the NEPA process is to publish the record of decision. And that record of decision is on that final EIS that's published in the Federal Register. So that's a lot that's going to happen in the next couple of years. And we will be coming back to you to provide you with updates as well as direction as needed over the next couple of years. So you'll see here, that is the kind of the final row there, and you'll see the months are kind of hard to see. So I'll just articulate that. We plan to come back to you in November of this year, March and October of 2022. And then we plan to come back to you with the final HCP as well as the FMP in early spring of 2023. Our target date there is February of 2023.
And so with that, in the interest of time, I'm going to turn it to Kim Kratz with NOAA Fisheries.
So good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Hirsch. For the record, I am Kim Kratz. I'm the Assistant Regional Administrator for the Oregon-Washington Coastal Office of NOAA Fisheries. And I'm here today to contribute in a brief update on the status of the National Environmental Policy Act process for the Western Oregon State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan. And the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, is a structured analytical process that the federal agencies must use to make informed decisions. For the Western Oregon State Forest HCP, we're preparing an environmental impact statement, or EIS, as Cindy mentioned. NOAA Fisheries is the lead federal agency for NEPA for this HCP, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is a cooperating agency. Both of the services will use the EIS to make a decision regarding the issuance of the incidental take permits attached to the HCP. The NEPA process began on March 8th of this year when we published a notice of intent to conduct an EIS in the Federal Register. And during the scoping period, which was a 30-day period plus a 2-week extension, comments were received via the federal website regulations.gov. And there was also a public meeting that was held on March 31st to generate comments. These comments were reviewed and considered in the developments of the alternatives to be analyzed in the EIS and to identify areas of interest that would be used to define the scope and the EIS analysis. The draft EIS, when complete, will include a summary of these scoping comments, the alternatives, and an analysis of important issues. And those issues will include those related to socioeconomics, geology and soils, and environmental justice. And we anticipate that the draft EIS will be available in winter or spring of 2022. And at that time, as Cindy mentioned, there will be a 45-day public review and comment period. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to Deb Bartley, who's the project lead for NEPA with ICF.
Thank you, Kim. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Hirsch, and members of the board. For the record, I'm Deb Bartley with ICF, and I'm serving as the NEPA EIS project manager for the Western Oregon HCP. I have 5 slides here, and I'll move through them quickly, but happy to answer questions. This slide here just lists out the steps in the NEPA process. So you can see early NEPA planning, scoping, as Kim mentioned, we just completed. We're currently in the alternatives development phase, after which we'll publish the draft EIS, have a public review and comment period, move to the final EIS and record of decision. Next slide. The development of the EIS alternatives and the scope of analysis are both informed by scoping comments. That's what we're hopefully nearing the end of that process, this stage of the process right now. The EIS must analyze a reasonable range of alternatives to the proposed action, in this case, the HCP. Per the Council on Environmental Quality's NEPA regulations, the alternative screening includes consideration of whether the alternative meets the federal agency's purpose and need, the goals of the applicant, and other criteria. Once we've identified the EIS alternatives, we must define them in adequate detail to allow for comparable analysis with the HCP. So we're currently determining the scope of the EIS analyses, which includes identifying significant issues, data and information sources, and analysis methods. So all of that is happening now. Next slide. The EIS will undergo review by the services, and once cleared for publication, will be released for public review and comment along with the draft HCP. A 45-day public review and comment period is required, during which NOAA Fisheries will host public meetings. Next slide. NOAA Fisheries will review all comments on the draft HCP and draft EIS and will determine how to respond to substantive comments. Comments can be responded to in several ways, making corrections to the documents, providing explanations for not taking further action, supplementing or modifying analyses, or modifying the HCP or EIS alternatives. The final EIS will include responses to comments on both documents and will identify NOAA Fisheries' preferred alternative. A record of decision, as noted earlier, is required for issuance of an incidental take permit. Both NOAA Fisheries and the Fish and Wildlife Service are considering permit issuance, so each agency will prepare its own record of decision. A record of decision explains what was decided and why, and it certifies that the agencies considered all relevant information in the final EIS. With that, I turn it over to questions or whatever's next.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kim and Deb. And normally we usually kind of keep rolling through our presentation, but there was a lot to absorb there on the NEPA process. And also in order to allow Kim and Deb to be on their way, we thought we'd take a pause here and see if the board members have questions specific to the NEPA process.
A question for Nick, if that's okay with the information that he provided. So thank you. This is a lot to process and it is it's pretty impressive. Thank you. Two things that I noticed in the proposed management activities within the HCA's, Nick. One is the conifer restoration and alder stands, or I think you mentioned hardwood stands.
Yeah.
Just wondering what proportion of the hardwood stands would be affected by 15,000 acres of restoration?
Yeah, so I'd have to double check the numbers again to make sure it's right, but there was between 45 and 50,000 acres of alder dominated stands, specifically on Tillamook and Astoria districts within the HCA's. That's less than half of the total alder that's on the forest up there. And so we're proposing 15,000 out of, I think it's 45,000 acres.
Great, thank you. That there are species associated with hardwoods, so I just wanted to make sure. The other thing that I didn't hear mentioned, and maybe it's in the documentation, the 1,000 pages or so, but if a fire goes through, is salvage logging allowed in the HCA's?
So in the current draft, no, it's largely prohibited with the exception of hazard tree logging for safety associated with roads and other structures.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sandra.
Hi, and thank you to the NIMS folks for the presentation on NEPA. And I just had a quick question around the socioeconomic analysis. Is that going to include both the economic costs and benefits of the different alternatives? Do you consider both of those sides in that analysis?
Sorry, turning it back on. When you say economic costs and benefits, it's not a cost benefit analysis per se, but I think that it might be encompassing what you're saying. Can you maybe describe that?
Yeah, well, so I'm thinking, on the one side, you're hearing, there may be less timber revenue, and maybe that extends to jobs and communities and so forth. But on the other hand, you may have, increased recreation, and recreation associated businesses might benefit from those dollars. And so I'm just wondering if that sort of analyses will occur in the document for both sides of that coin.
I think, yes, it does consider ecosystem services as well as and government revenue, but also income and employment levels, which I think would encompass the recreation question.
Thank you.
Carla, you have a question?
So on the financial analysis piece, when I read the earlier draft of the HCP, it showed 250 million of cost over the 70-year life of this program. I didn't see the annual negative impact to the Oregon Department of Forestry. I heard today 12 to 25 million annually as a negative drag on the Oregon Department of Forestry annual revenue. So I would like to understand how that's paid for, and the $5 per thousand board feet. How far does who's paying? Who pays, and what is our assumption on how it's paid for? Also, the economic impact on rural Oregon. I understand what you said, Chandra, but I also really understand the difference between a multiplier effect of shutting a mill down versus a recreational job coming in. So I really want to understand the economic impact to rural communities that would be impacted, by this. And then, being on both sides of this equation, out fighting fires, it also said in this HCP, we weren't going to do any burnable fuels treatment. And yet we're sitting here with a record ever burnable fuels load in Oregon. So I'd like somebody to personally educate me, and I need some education on your assumptions here with regard to adding to just a horrific problem that Oregon already has in this area. And my last question, and I'll probably have many more as we go, but this actual count on spotted owls, I would really like Fish and Wildlife to educate me, and it can be offline in a, not in a board setting. But when we went in and set aside or downsized, went from 42% down to 8% on harvest rates in 1982, and we still aren't seeing those numbers come back in a significant manner. I guess I want to understand, I'm not a biologist, but I just want to understand what assumptions you're making that this is actually going to work.
Great. So I think I counted 4 questions there, and I was jotting while you went. So if I missed something, please just let me know. So there's this whole conversation around revenue associated with timber harvest, projected based under the HCP, and how that plays out over time. And so you had a few questions there. Who pays for, I'm going to interpret that as implementing the HCP at a cost to the division. And the answer is the division is responsible for covering our operational costs. And that is the vast majority, 98% or more, comes from timber revenue. So that's the short answer on that. The numbers that are being referenced there in the testimony from the commissioners this afternoon, I think are coming from the comparative analysis that was done last fall. And we tried to be very clear that that was exactly that. It was a comparative analysis and really meant to help, it was conducted to help the board make that decision of should we continue moving forward on this plan on an HCP development or not. And the notion being that the analysis that we provided was looking at what it would look like under an HCP, it being conservation and revenue being the major metrics, but we looked at some other things as well. As compared to a revised forest management plan, we had a framework for, and as well as compared to the current forest management plan. And it was really to, again, a policy level modeling. We still lacked the specifics of, for example, a forest management plan that we're just beginning to work on. So there were assumptions in there. But it was with those comparisons that the board, the comparisons demonstrated that really, as we looked out into the future over the 70-year process, it was the HCP that had the best possible outcome, recognizing that no matter what, we're going to be seeing a decline in revenue. That's exactly right. And I don't want to minimize that in terms of the importance to the agency, as well as the importance to the counties. What I will say is that we recognized and really emphasized that that was modeling that was done for that decision at that point. The big decision, I'm going to argue, is coming up in 2023. And so between now and then is where we do additional modeling. And at this point, we will have greater specificity. Nick walked through some of that today around the HCP. We'll have a draft forest management plan that we'll be working on, and we'll have what's called implementation plans. Many of you are familiar with those. They really get down to how would this be implemented on the ground. With that suite of information, the modeling that we can do, we're going to have greater certainty in the results. So this question of the amount of money that would be lost over time, we'll have a better sense of that and greater certainty of that.
Yeah, for some of you that haven't spent the day with us, we've spent most of our day on the economic viability of this agency. So you can just only imagine as we talk about $250 million programs and this kind of annual reduction, it certainly has our attention when we're not necessarily economically viable today. So that is a really big question, Liz, on how this is going to be paid for. And as we build this into, as our thinking, how does it impact the viability of this very organization?
Thank you. And what will be really helpful as we frame up our modeling is to get a really good sense from the board of the type of information you need to make the decision in 2023. So really looking to make sure that we can get that input and also lay out the assumptions that are being made in that type of modeling. So thank you for that. And I look forward to working with you more on that. We also have some questions there about fuels management. And I'm going to actually turn to either Nick or Mike to answer that question.
Sure. With regards to fuels management, we did give that some consideration. The strategy with the HCAs themselves and how they relate to conservation really hinges on them being large enough and robust enough to accept a certain level of disturbance. The HCP speaks to that to some degree with changed circumstances, both expected or foreseen and then unforeseen as well. What we are really, our intent is to continue to use the fuels management practices and silviculture outside of the HCAs so that the spread of fire does not impact the matrix lands from that. We've had good experience with that on the San Am State Forest, actually, in many places where the fire came through, and we've been proceeding with our normal silvicultural practices in some of our thin stands, even to create structure, what some people would consider ladder fuels, right? The fire actually laid down fairly nicely. And so we have some good practical experience with that. And so that will still continue to be a management strategy in the matrix among HCAs.
I guess that is just an area that, as we lost 7 communities last year and we're dealing with this burnable fuels load, and you've got the governor's recommendation over here on the burnable fuels load. I just want to better understand how we are not going to add to that in a more conclusive part of this report.
Thank you.
If I could just respond.
Brenda, go ahead.
Brenda McComb, for the record, if I could just respond to that. Carla, I think it's important to not throw everything into the same bucket. The Astoria district has a historical fire return interval, which is very, very long. Whereas the west side of the Cascades is going to have a much shorter fire return interval. So I think it's important to think about, if we're thinking about fuel reductions, 2 things. One is, what's the need, given where we are? And the other is, what's the role that hardwoods can play in that? And that's one reason why I was going back to that, Nick. So I think there's some nuanced answers that need to come to play here.
Great, thank you.
And
other board questions?
If you'll just wanted to know, Carla, if you wanted some answers about the owl question that you had, or you just set something to follow up later? Okay, all right, just wanted to check.
I have a question. We're going to be working this fall on our carbon plan, and in there's going to be some language along the lines of our state forests being in a leadership position by how we are managing our state forests in terms of carbon. So can you, I'm sure you've talked about this. Can you speak to that issue? Given the plan as it's evolving, will we be in a leadership position when it comes to carbon and climate smart forestry in general once we have this HCP?
We definitely see that as a role for managing these public lands, is to be a model for managing for multiple benefits, and the importance of carbon sequestration and carbon storage in forests. So definitely committed to that. And the way we are really wanting to and envisioning framing it up is that it is throughout the management plans rather than just sort of separate, sort of like a separate chapter on carbon, recognizing that sort of detailed information will be there. But you use the term climate smart forestry, and that's definitely a big part of what we can incorporate. We have to this point in time talked about our approach as one of mitigation and adaptation as well. But that also is part of the sort of characterization of climate smart forestry. So that's one thing I'd say, and I see Mike's chomping at the bit here. The other, and then I'll turn over to you. The second piece I would say is we are, and we're hoping to talk about it a little bit today, developing the companion forest management plan. And it is those, so we've talked a lot to this point around the habitat conservation areas. There's some carbon benefits there. Also, we'll be thinking about that in terms of how we manage those lands outside of HCAs. And there's a number of different analyses we can do on that. And we're working closely with Danny Norlander and John Tokarczyk on the work that they're doing with the climate report. They've actually written some portions of various pieces that we've done on management plans to date. Mike, did you want to add something?
No, I was just thinking that might be a good segue into the next part of it. But if there are no more questions, of course.
Did that get to it, Jim?
Yeah, that was fun. I have one other question, which is regarding what the Forest Trustland County is referring to as their alternative HCP. But I understand that they've turned in that. And so it's into the NEPA process. How likely is that, do you think, to have any of that incorporated? And how likely is what they're doing taking this process completely off the rails?
I think for the first question, I would turn it over to either Kim or Deb to talk about how a proposal that comes in from the public is used in building their alternatives. So Kim or Deb, which one of you would like to answer that?
I'm happy to respond to that. This is Deb Bartley. I want to make it short. I'm happy to elaborate. I don't want to waste your time with a lot of jargon, but we review all comments received during the scoping process, and they're all considered in the development of the EIS alternatives and also in the scope of the EIS analysis. So we follow the Council on Environmental Quality's NEPA regulations, which require that the EIS consider a reasonable range of alternatives. And they define reasonable alternatives as those that are technically and economically feasible, meet the purpose and need for the proposed action, and where applicable, like in this case, meet the goals of the applicant. So that is a process during which NOAA Fisheries makes data requests to ODF as needed to support our understanding of the contents and the structure and of the HCP and the decisions that were made in the basis, so that we can make informed decisions in our assessment of the alternatives. There's a screening process. Like I said, I think that considers that definition in the CEQ regulations. So that's how that's done. I mean, I can't say specifically how likely something is to be considered, but all those factors go into the screening and decision making.
All right, so I'm understanding that to mean that there really is only one HCP going forward, but that you will be considering all feedback for possible modification.
We will be analyzing alternatives to the HCP.
Oh, okay.
And typically what's considered is, it can be modifications to the components of the HCP. It could be the permit term, the permit area, the covered species, and the elements of the conservation strategy. So all of those things and all comments on those elements were considered in that evaluation.
Thank you.
Just to follow up real quick, but it seems like a really important piece of the alternatives analysis is that it meets the purpose and need. And so I'm just curious, have we seen or will we not see the final purpose and need statement until the draft EIS is released? Is that correct?
Deb, this is Liz. Deb, would you answer that one as well, please?
Sure. I believe that there was a draft purpose and need statement was included in the notice of intent to prepare the EIS. That is usually considered preliminary. I don't anticipate that it would change because we had already kind of nailed that down in early NEPA planning, but it's possible that it could be, different in the public draft slightly.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Should we move on to the forest management plan? You had a second question.
Oh, the only question that wasn't answered is there any likelihood that their efforts will just totally take this off the rails?
Rather than putting Deb on the spot again, just from my perspective, outside looking in on the NEPA process, I don't see it as derailing the process. I see it as just like any other information that was submitted to NOAA Fisheries. It's another piece of information for them to consider as they frame up those alternatives.
Great. Okay.
Yeah.
And I would just like to add that the proposed action is the Western Oregon HCP, the administrative draft. And that is what's being evaluated, as you mentioned. If you wanted us to do a different proposed action, then that would be board direction coming to us. And we'd likely have to begin again on the NEPA process. So we are moving forward with the draft that you approved us to move into NEPA.
Okay, why don't we go to the next part of our presentation, and we might be running a little bit later than we had planned, so we might do some speed talking, but I think that was a good discussion. I appreciate all the questions.
Thanks, Liz. Speed talking is sometimes my specialty. So now I'd like to provide you with an update on the Forest Management Plan and Implementation Plan project. And if adopted, the HCP, of course, would have important effects on the overarching goals and management strategies that would necessitate new FMP. So I'd like to start with a general description of our planning levels, along with the contents and approval authorities associated with them. As you're aware, the FMP and HCP are board approved or adopted policy level plans that inform high level management goals and strategies. The FMP specifically is adopted as Oregon administrative rule with a finding by the board that it provides greatest permanent value. It's important to note that while the HCP may provide goals, strategies, commitments, and metrics for HCP covered species specifically, the FMP has a more overarching context and is actually the document that guides the management of state forests and incorporates many other resource goals. Implementation plans are approved by the state forester and provide mid-level tactical objectives for discrete time and spatial scales, such as annual timber harvest objectives over a 10-year period of time or for a specific portion of state forests. In addition to timber harvest objectives, IPs will address all management objectives, including HCP covered species, habitats for other native wildlife, aquatic restoration projects, and recreation, education, and implementation. Annual operations plans are approved by the district forester and detail the specific activities for the fiscal year that will be used to achieve implementation plan objectives. While the FMP is the overarching policy document, it is influenced by other high-level planning processes and information, both within and outside of ODF. While not comprehensive, this slide points out some notable influences. The HCP strategies have been the focus of much attention, but other notable plans are being developed as well. Our Recreation, Education, and Interpretation team is currently developing the high-level vision that will provide REI goals for the FMP and also result in the strategic recreation and interpretive plans that will be incorporated into implementation plans. The Climate Change and Carbon Plan will acknowledge goals and strategies in the FMP that provide resilient forest and sequestration opportunities. The FMP will be responsive to state and federal laws. In some cases, FMP strategies may exceed basic regulatory requirements, but in other instances, they will simply meet them. We will also be responsive to strategic policies from our partner agencies, such as ODFW's Oregon Conservation Strategy, which will help characterize habitat for native wildlife not addressed by the HCP strategies. This will include early and mid-sterile forest habitats and site-specific unique habitats such as meadows, bogs, and talus slopes. And of course, the best available science will be used to help find the right balance among all FMP goals. The previous draft FMP effort that was paused in 2020 to focus on HCP development will serve as a springboard for the new project. While it will need substantial redrafting to accommodate HCP strategies and update resource assessments, adaptive management framework, and other items, we are not starting entirely from scratch. An important underpinning is the 11 guiding principles adopted by the board in July of 2018. The guiding principles provide a high-level vision for how ODF state forest management activities will provide GPV. I'll briefly walk through those guiding principles. The first one's greatest permanent value, which is grounded in the management mandates for Board of Forestry lands as expressed in the greatest permanent value and Forest Management Plan OARs, and the mandates for common school forest lands. Contained within this principle is the county's protected and recognizable interest in the revenue generated from this land. Conservation, the lands will be managed, conserved, and restored to provide overall biological diversity of state forest lands, including a variety of habitats for native fish and wildlife and accompanying ecological processes. Financial viability. Plan will provide revenue to ensure financial viability and sustain values that support GPV. Number 4 is social benefits, providing for a range of social benefits for all Oregonians, including direct and indirect financial contributions to local and state governments, ecosystem services, opportunities for public access and recreational use, support for diverse local employment opportunities, and a process for participating in the forest management planning and implementation process. Number 5 is forest and watershed restoration. It recognizes that investments in forest and watershed restoration are necessary to achieve desired outcomes that align with GPV policy direction for Board of Forestry and the greatest benefit for the people standard of common school forest lands. Pace and scale. It will be developed and implemented at a scale and pace that provide the appropriate geographic and temporal blend of economic, social, and environmental outcomes. Trade-offs. The plan will provide varying levels of economic, environmental, and social outcomes over time as fiscal conditions change. While this approach will result in short-term trade-offs among specific goals, over the long term, GPV will be achieved. And of course, as mentioned before, it will comply with other state and federal laws and rules. Number 9, stakeholder opportunities. Diverse input from Oregonians and a variety of interested parties will be a high priority throughout the process. Cooperative efforts. We will achieve goals through cooperative efforts with other agencies and units of local government, user groups, or organizations. And finally, 11, climate change. The plan will be implemented to adapt to climate change and mitigate its impact on management of state forest lands. The plan will also contribute to climate change mitigation and sequester carbon. We will now transition to the working project timelines. The dark blue and light blue sections of the graphic are the timelines for the HCP development and NEPA process, which were covered in the HCP presentation. The orange bar is the working timeline for the forest management plan development, and the green bar at the bottom of the graphic represents the implementation plan's development timeline. The FMP development process has 3 subphases, which include draft, which has a 10-month duration, refine, with a 6-month duration, and rulemaking and finalization with a 4-month duration. The months highlighted in yellow near the bottom of the timeline are planned Board of Forestry engagements. As discussed earlier in the HCP update, the division plans to present the FMP and HCP to the Board of Forestry for decision in early 2023. In addition to the FMP, the project team will be developing implementation plans on a staggered timeline. Development of the IPs is broken into 3 phases, which include planning and data preparation with a 6-month duration, a draft with the 12-month duration, and lastly, refine and finalize with a 6-month duration, which will include a public comment period and finalization of the plans. We anticipate the IPs will be presented to the State Forester for decision in early to mid 2023. We will now discuss at a high level the plan and process for engagement, which is a critical component of this planning effort. We are striving for transparency and input from partners, tribes, stakeholders, and the public. For the duration of the project, the division will be working with Kearns and West and Oregon Consensus to develop a strong and meaningful engagement process and plan. Kearns and West conducted focus interviews throughout April and May, which will inform our engagement goals for this project. We held our first informational update open to the public on May 6th, and we are working to confirm additional engagement dates for the months of August and October. The engagement plan under development will include our county partners, but more importantly, will maintain our direct engagement through this body to provide you with meaningful information as you advise, as you work through this process. Next steps. To close out, I'd like to cover the next steps for the project team. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, one of the project's team's first tasks will be to map out existing strategies within the HCP, state and federal law, and related planning efforts, such as the agency's carbon and climate change plan, to conduct a greatest permanent value analysis. This analysis will inform the development of FMP goals and strategies that support the guiding principles and ultimately provide a plan that achieves GPV. This team is also in the process of developing technical work plan and schedule for forest management plan content and development. In addition, we will be spending time on HCP knowledge equalization to ensure the project team has the needed foundation for this new management approach and the framework as we move our focus to development of the forest management plan and implementation plans. And that concludes our update on the forest management plan and implementation plans development projects. We'd be happy to take any questions on that. Thank you.
Just for clarification, if I'm looking at the timeline correctly, it looks like we get back together to discuss the draft FMP in November. Is that correct? Yeah, okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, the Board of Forestry is back in action. And the next item on our agenda is discussion of the Tillamook Forest Heritage Trust, the topic that we've all been totally freaked out about all day, concerned and stressed over.
Yeah, ending on a high note.
So we welcome Sean Morford.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, I'll help kick this off. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Hirsch, members of the board. My name is still Liz Dent, and as far as I know, I'm still the State Forest Division Chief. So truly, it is a pleasure to have some time to switch gears and talk about something else related to State Forest. It's been years, of course, talking about the HCP and FMP. The Tillamook Forest Heritage Trust, as Jim mentioned, is, well, actually didn't quite get there, but it's our nonprofit arm of the State Forest Division. And Sean Morford is the executive director. She's going to take a little bit of time today to talk to you about the history, mission, and current status of the nonprofit, and some discussion about some opportunities as it continues to evolve. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sean.
Thank you very much, Liz. Thank you, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and welcome to State Forester Hirsch. Thanks for the opportunity to share with you for a few minutes. I have the very enviable job, perhaps maybe the best one in the around the agency. I'm the executive director of the Tillamook Forest Heritage Trust. I work half-time. So typically this is an annual report out, as I understand it, from the trust to the board. But it's been a while. And there's been a lot of evolution and growth. So I'm really happy to have the chance now to share just a few things, few highlights. I want to, for those, especially new board members, talk a little bit about sort of an overview of the trust and its role with ODF. I'll mention a few of our accomplishments and things we've contributed to the department, and a little sneak peek into how things might be looking down the road in a couple of years. I'd like to leave a couple minutes for questions, if you have any. So first, I want to draw your attention to the prettiest part of your board packet, which is the last 11 pages. I think it's the only part of your board packet that has colored pictures. And that's the biennial report and the brochure that I just passed out a copy of the brochure. This is a report that we put together just recently to recognize the donors. And if you look in there, you'll see quite a list. We had to make the font really small because there's so many folks that have donated to the trust over the last couple of years. So it will give a little bit more detail in that report than I have time to do now. But I want to start off with a little context around what it means to have a nonprofit. It's pretty unusual for a state agency to have a nonprofit in its realm that pays attention to it as its only focus. And so ODF is one of those lucky agencies that since 1999 has had a nonprofit affiliated with it to focus on supporting the work of the agency. And it started as a mechanism in 1999 as a way to facilitate private donations for construction of the Tillamook Forest Center. And for the first 16 years of the life of the trust, it was focused 100% on enhancements at the center. And then in 2016, we got a large donation, and actually since then, 2 large donations that launched the trust into a new area of supporting recreation. So now there's a State Forest Recreation Fund. So TFC, State Forest Recreation Fund, were the two until last fall. we added a third, programs that were supported by the trust. So 2020 wildfires happened around Labor Day last year. And as a result of that, the board established a new fund called the State Forest Wildfire Restoration Fund. And that is to facilitate private donations in support of restoration and trail and other recreation infrastructure repair and interpretive signage around wildfire. And so now that means that the trust has 3 focus areas: TFC, recreation, and wildfire restoration. I just deposited a check for $1,000 and from the Portland Women's Club towards this wildfire fund. I just got off the phone about an hour ago with an outfit in Minnesota that a wreath company that just set up a wreath company and an affiliate in the Dalles who wants to donate between $2,000 and $4,000. He wasn't sure which, but he's giving money to every of the 50 states, and Oregon was on his list. And would we like to receive the dollars for reforestation? And I said, yeah, I think maybe we would. So people care and want to do something. They use state forests. They love state forests. And so we are a great vehicle for that. We don't have to ask much. People want to give, and we're going to be on KGW tonight at 6 o'clock. So if you're home and want to watch, there's going to be a show. I think it's the Dan Haggerty, The Story, that will do a story on the Tillamook Forest Heritage Trust and state forest recovery. So if you're around to watch that. So the trust has a database right now. We've amassed over 2,000 contacts. That's organizations and individuals since 1999. Gifts come from a wide range of individuals, clubs, retirees, folks who recreate in the state forests. And there's a number of ways that they donate through our website donation button. They donate at the Tillamook Forest Center in the donation box that's at the entrance there. Partner groups just put it on their calendar and write us a check every year. We have an employer match incentive. There's affinity programs like Fred Meyer Rewards and the Oregon Bottle Drop that we're signed on to, and people can donate that way. We did a year-end mailing in December for the first time to all of the folks on our database, and we brought in $13,000 from that appeal. And we now have a new option for stock and mutual funds shares, so people can donate their shares. And we do have now one person that is in that realm that's doing that. So the trust operates like any other foundation with an independent board, with the exception that we have one grantee, and that is the Oregon Department of Forestry's Recreation, Education, and Interpretation Program. So funding priorities are set in collaboration with the REI leadership. So depending on how well fundraising went the year before, and depending on REI priorities for projects, and depending on the board's discussion about how much they want to spend down what's in the bank and how much they want to save it for a legacy into the future, then each year the department puts together an ask to the trust, and the trust board has a budget for spending. So at the end of 2020, our assets were just under $600,000. So among the things that the trust supported in the last couple of years, if you've been up to the Tillamook Forest Center in the last couple of years, you might have seen the beautiful education pavilion that is up there. So we've raised money for that, about $800,000 for that, and all the accessories to go with it, an AV system, a display cabinets, and this summer they're putting in restrooms adjacent to that building. We've paid for theater upgrades at the Tillamook Forest Center and enhancements to that historic steam donkey that sits just outside the building. River trail expansion, the Wilson River Trail expansion, Peninsula Trail expansion on the Tillamook State Forest, some trail bridges last year, off-highway vehicle equipment upgrades, and a bunch of volunteer equipment like gloves and vests. And to name just a few, there's a long list of things. And if you, again, I'll refer you to that biennial report for pictures and descriptions of some of those. I mentioned that the trust is in a growth and evolution period. So just looking ahead, we have a new constituent database that's quite a sophisticated cloud-based system that has replaced our spreadsheets. And it's enabling much better, efficient, and closer communication with donors now. And we have a much better way of acknowledging our donor base. And we've just kind of notched it up. We've sort of grown up a little bit in terms of our donor relations. We have now the addition of the new position for community engagement. I'm sorry, Chandra, that we stole Kyle Smith from Trout Unlimited, but he's working on increased outreach, and I expect to see increased donations as a result of that. Of course, we have the new fund for wildfire restoration, and we have a new exposure with partners like Heritage Grove Credit Union, that if you look at their website, on their homepage, they now are raising money on behalf of the trust for the Sandy M State Forest. And the last thing I'll mention about looking ahead, and Chair Kelly asked me about this just as on the break, was, are you guys considering a new name? Because you're bigger than the Tillamook now. You started with the Tillamook, but is there going to be a new name in your future? And I'm going to say, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that there will likely be a name change. The trust board is considering a name change to reflect the broader statewide focus. So it will likely have the word state forests in it somehow. I hope we keep the name trust in there somehow so people still remember us. But I would guess that that will be part of our maturation process, is changing the name. So I had a question earlier about how the pandemic has affected fundraising, and I'll just say in answer to that, there's good news and bad news. The economy certainly has affected the trust in donations like it has affected most other nonprofits. The TFC donation box is usually a reliable source of funding for us. Our donations usually brings in about $20,000 a year. And since TFC has been closed, that's going to be a big fat zero on the spreadsheet this year. But recreation gifts are up. More people are recreating in the state forests, and so their awareness is up. Our year-end appeal really appealed to people in that way. We told them the recreation use is up and our resources aren't, so help us out. And so people really did step up. So it's not as bad as we feared in terms of how the pandemic and the economy has affected the trust. It's not as bad as most nonprofits are experiencing. We know we have room to grow. We want to continue to become more sophisticated in terms of how we connect with donors and partners. And I think we're well on our way to doing that. We know that people love and care about state forests, and it's just a matter of figuring out how to best connect with them and provide them an incentive to give to the trust. And I'll be happy to answer any comment or take any advice or listen to comments. Questions?
Anyone?
For the record, Chandra Ferrari. Nice to meet you, Sean, and thank you for the presentation. This really is a great agenda item to end the day on, I think, and you guys are doing great work. And I'll forgive you for swiping Kyle, just because I think he's going to be really helpful over there. So I just had a quick question as it relates to kind of your goals, looking outward, and then your revenue, which I recognize, we have 2019 and 2020 here, and you had some COVID related impacts there, but do you have a Was there a more steady source over like the last decade where you're reliably hitting some metric every year related to, funding amount? And then looking out over the future, do you have a funding target that you're trying to hit?
Yeah, so there's a couple of ways to answer that. First of all, the history of the trust has really been focused on big projects. So there hasn't been, at least in my experience, an annual funding goal, and there really hasn't been as much outreach as we're starting to do now to do that. Our goals are linked to the goals of the REI program. So as the REI program develops its strategic plan, the trust will also be building a strategic plan in concert with that. So in terms of large projects or fundraising goals, we're going to be doing that in collaboration with the REI program. And we don't know what that is at this point. We have some guesses. The REI program has told us about things that they're really interested in doing. We need an exhibit refresh at Tillamook Forest Center, for example, is one thing that's been mentioned, but nothing for sure at this point. Right now, we've just been trying to get through 2020.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, and so the REI program is relatively new. So is this the first time you guys have done a joint strategic planning exercise together? This will be okay. Got it.
I would just add is the REI program has been around for a long time. It's just been reorganized.
Okay.
So it's been since the mid 80s that we've had offered recreation off of state forest in some kind of formal way. But the way it's been managed is by having recreation folks in every district, and those decisions have been happening at every district. So we reorganized and brought it all under one umbrella, and recreation, that is, and pulled in the Tillamook Forest Center, that's the REI acronym, and there's one director for that. So it was a major reorganization we did about a year ago, and we brought in the community outreach person. We added some positions. And so it's a complete really restructuring and bringing some more resources to the table. They, as a group, have been going through a vision process. So coming to a collective inclusive process for characterizing the vision for recreation education interpretation that's going to feed into the strategic plan, which then begins to all really come together with the strategic work that Sean's leading with the trust.
I would further comment, I'm always reminded of the fact that the board members here, as our responsibility by statute is to all Oregonians, and when we hear from the Forest Trust Lands County, they're doing exactly what they should be doing, advocating for the people who live in those counties. But I look at the bigger picture on our state forest, and the value to the rest of Oregonians is really just twofold. It's the conservation values of those forests, since they're not receiving income from those forests, and it's also the recreation. So I think it's wonderful that you guys exist and are promoting that side of things, because the rest of the Oregonians should share more in the benefits of our state forests than they presently do. It may be an unusual model at the state level, but foundations that support organizations, I can think of the example of Portland Parks has the Portland Parks Foundation, which does a lot of great work. And you're taking advantage of people's love of parks or love of state forests and their willingness to go above their taxes and help that out. And I think it's a relatively easy ask. I'm glad it's being made. I think it's wonderful.
Yeah, bringing Sean on brought a lot of horsepower to the trust for sure, fresh ideas and experiences. In terms of the donations, that is equally impressive in terms of the user groups is a lot of people think that the benefits they're getting from their recreation experiences off of state forests are covered by their tax dollars, right? Because they would just assume it's public land, we're a public agency, we must be getting general fund. And of course, it's all out of our 36% share of the revenue that we get. So it's nice that given that framework, people are still willing to donate. because
Great.
they're already paying for it.
Other comments from board members, thoughts, questions? Okay, I think with that, we can wrap up this presentation. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you all.
We will move to our last part of the agenda, which is just to take whatever time we need for a wrap up of the day and board comments. And for the three of you that are new, I just want to give you the history that this is a relatively new thing. That it used to be, we would go through all of these challenging topics, get through the last one and perhaps be burning with passion or questions or whatever, but the day was over and a lot of things ended up feeling unresolved or whatever at various points during the day, it stayed unresolved. So several of us pushed to have this section added. I think since we've been doing it for what, a year, Brenda? So yeah, it's really worked well. It's just been how should I say it? A very positive addition to what are very long days. So there is no agenda unless any of you have anything on your mind that you want to talk about coming out of today. So Ben, you're raising your hand.
I guess I'll jump in here. There's been a couple different topics we've covered. I think Brenda brought up the Forest Accord, where folks in another room are deliberating, and at some point, I think we as a board will have to make a decision on someone else's deliberations. And the FMP, for instance, is the state forest staff are deliberating, and it will come back to us in November and we'll get an update. And at some point we will have to make a decision on that. And maybe this is a question from naivete, but I'm just interested in what role, I guess how the board, how I'll speak for myself, can be more involved in those processes, because waiting for something to come back, maybe that's not quite what I want to see. I'd like to, I think in the interest of good working relationships and good business, to have more involvement as we go through that process. And I know with the Forest Accord, that's kind of out of our hands. With the FMP, I guess I'd be interested in being more involved in that process as it goes along. And I think those are two examples of sort of just the greater work that the board does, as I'm sort of still learning that. So just wanted to register that.
I'll try to answer, and you may have some comments too. I think, from what I have seen of staff, whenever a board member is interested in wanting to participate more, in terms of briefings or involvements in other meetings and all that, they're encouraged to do it. Staff always seems to really appreciate when a board member attends one of these other meetings. Typically, I think, the only caveat is you want to be careful to not, you may be overreacted to in terms of what you might say in those meetings and be perceived as speaking for the board. So you just have to self-police a little bit there. But it's been my experience that the department has always been very, not just willing, but welcoming to staff involvement. So you just don't be bashful on anything that interests you. What would you say?
Yeah, Chair Kelly, members of the board, Nancy Hirsch here. I think also, I'm not totally greased yet on the what the full spectrum of the board orientation looks like. And I would say that through that process and those conversations with each of us, and for certain with each division chief, that's a good place to explore a deeper dive, and then certainly endorse what Chair Kelly mentioned, because using, I would say, like the forest management plan topic as an example. And Liz certainly joined me at the table here. But I would characterize it, there's always that recognition of, board members come in at different times. And so having to kind of be handed to where you're at right now and then trying to get up to speed. So that deeper dive conversations is welcomed. And then ultimately, I think that the agency always wants to assure that the board is getting the appropriate level of information or time for questions for the board to give us and provide us that assurance that we're doing the work that you still want us to do.
That makes a lot of sense. And I guess I'll follow up with you, Liz, afterwards. And we have some meetings, I think, scheduled pretty soon here. So
That sounds good. I just wanted to affirm really what Nancy said, which is it'll be a better product if we're able to incorporate your thinking and input along the way instead of at the end of the day. And I would extend that to, as we mentioned in our presentation, the type of data and analyses that you're going to want to see so you can make that decision a couple of years down the road. So I will be looking for any way to make that happen with the board members that would like to do that.
You may find that you find more opportunities for all of this than you.
I'm sure. I was setting myself up there. I know. So.
Okay, other things from today, Carla, you've got
a technical question and then a comment, a wrap-up comment. I'm wondering if the Oregon Department of Justice could help us on the definition of being familiar with Western forests and what kind of degree or what kind of, so as we really look at a state forester candidate pool, I want to be sure I understand what that definition is, and I think it'd be helpful to get an interpretation. On a wrap-up comment, our organization was the first farm in the United States to be certified sustainable from a third-party, audit. And we've always, worked off of the Harvard sustainability model. And so I've always been trained to look at an organization and say, what are the greatest risks? And I'm very pleased. I feel like we are moving the right direction. I feel like we've got a mountain to climb here in terms of those 28 points that we talked about at length this morning. But I think the economic viability of this organization has been put at risk the last 4 years, the last 5 years, as we've absorbed $438 million of fire costs, and we've taken the hits that we have, and I think we see it in the financials. And so I don't want to underestimate. You've got an organization that's had one of the biggest class action lawsuits in the state of Oregon history, has been unable to meet payroll, has been unable to meet commitments. We've got some real structural parts of our financials that we need to rebuild. So I just don't want us to take that lightly of what it's going to take to rebuild this. And at the same time, when I'm hearing the massive programs without the economic modeling, I can't emphasize the need for the economic modeling. So I can get my mind around this as we go. Because when I see the $250 million numbers or the annual, hits to this organization, it puts in question the sustainability of this organization if we don't model that correctly. And if we go into really large fire years, and every scientist I've listened to the last 2 years tells us, and we heard it again today, we've got a 3 to 4x increase in these fires, which really impacts this agency's revenue source and budget and our ability to do all of these other programs. So Liz, as we talk about some of these massive programs, I can't emphasize the need for financial modeling in addition to the biological modeling. But I want to really thank the staff and specifically Nancy and Bill for all the help on this MGO and rebuilding our financials. Thank you.
State Forester Hirsch, can we assume that you will forward that request to the DOJ? Carla, I saw you making a note.
Correct, Chair Kelly, members of the board, Nancy Hirsch, and I will definitely, I think we've got that question, and then I think some clarity on the who's on point, taking the next step on the desired attributes relative to that kind of human resource group. And certainly I'm willing to track that and again, definitely formally make that ask of that group.
Great. Brenda.
Thanks, Jim. Brenda McComb for the record. When I asked Graf about what the greenhouse gas emissions footprint was for the fire division, his look back at me did not go unnoticed. It's a big ask, and I realized that it was, and I didn't want to put him on the spot like that. But given the governor's executive order 2004 calling for state agencies to pay closer attention to greenhouse gas emissions and as well as carbon sequestration and storage, I think that not next board meeting, not next year necessarily, but I think there needs to be a plan put in place to try to document what the greenhouse gas emission footprint is for each state agency, not just this one, but for each. But with this one, I think it's particularly relevant because everything we do to manage forests has a greenhouse gas cost. So when we talk about storing carbon in wood products, that's great, especially mass timber and things like that that will last a long time. But there's a greenhouse gas cost that goes along with that. And it's everything from fire protection to planting to herbicide applications to thinning to final harvest, prescribed burning. And we don't know what that cost is. And sooner or later, people are going to want to know what that cost is. So just want to lay that out there as something to think about for the future.
Yeah, I want to just add to that in terms of a process, because we talked about this earlier when Brenda had brought that up earlier in the day. It was kind of a classic situation that I had seen happen many times over the last few years, which is a single board member brings up an issue and no one else, really reacts, and it just is lost in the ether after that. And that's one of the reasons we're having these board closing comments, because I think it's a real difference to have this a little bit quieter moment. You saw everybody shaking their head yes, to that, which I take as an agreement that no, don't put that on the top of the list. But clearly this was happening in other areas where we were going to start measuring our carbon footprint. And I hadn't heard anything about thinking about doing that for fire. And I do kind of roll my eyes and go, oh my God, that is a big ask. So I think you're seeing agreement on this board and that needs to be addressed, and not at the top of the list, but along with other operational issues with this carbon. Go ahead.
Just as a quick follow-up and maybe a first approximation, if there's any way of tracking the amount of fuel that's used each year, that can be converted into CO2 equivalents. It's not everything, but it might be a start.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Chair Kelly, members of the board. Brenda, the good news is I actually had that bulletin, so I didn't have to write something new down. It did not go unnoticed.
Thank you, Nancy.
I think I'm appreciating this dialogue. I know the staff is, and then, we will be convening on our list and we'll all be following up. So the other thing I'd offer is that, I think as you all, as this kind of newly refreshed board gets into your kind of your retreat, your kind of strategic planning mode, that, that's going to help kind of set that direction around your carbon plan and, kind of objectives going forward that will help guide the agency around those priorities.
I just want to say thank you. This is so refreshing to have this kind of a conversation at the end of a long board meeting. So I really appreciate that, Nancy. Thank you.
Chandra.
Going last again. So I just wanted to follow up real quick. I completely support Brenda's request there. But back to, I think, Carla's conversation topic around sustainable funding models, and just wanted to put on for the record, this is it's not a new conversation piece. And as it particularly relates to state forests and looking at diversification of the revenue sources and the funding sources for state forest activities, I think has been something we've had conversations about before, but I do support having some sort of action item that looks at that a little bit more closely in terms of implementation. If we know that there are imbalances in, the revenue streams coming up, and particularly as we look at different alternatives for management under the HCP, what are the remedies to addressing those funding gaps, and what are the potential actions that we can take? And there are some creative solutions out there, I think. And of course, one of them is, or not one of the creative ones, but we've talked about, trust land transfer situations before, and then looking, of course, for more general fund. But then also I'm interested in how the REI program also connects over, and what their strategic plan might be seeking to do, and how that alleviates some of the funding pressure on some of the activities in the state forest. So I don't know exactly what that action item is. I wanted to put it out there, though, as something that I want to talk about at some point. And it seems like it may be relevant as we get more details around the HCP alternatives.
Any other board member thoughts, comments? Are we wrapping up then? Wonderful. With that, I will do a light tap of the gavel and adjourn this meeting of the Board of Forestry.
It will give the board a hand today.